shape the path to meet again on great horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Half and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls will never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow. Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the first match of the night. We got the DN Freaks up against KT Rolster. And I'm Valdez, joined by Ox today. This one, Ox, is the first of two matches that do have a favorite versus a not favorite, looking for DNF, who did take a game off of Bro to maybe build off of that.
Yeah.
Whereas KT are looking better than ever after defeating DK.
Defeating DK 2-0. And I do want to say something, make it very clear. So when we do our predictions, we do them at the start of the week.
Yes.
So if someone was to predict DNF to beat KT, they would have done it before they saw that KT D+ series.
Yeah.
I want you to have that in mind before you judge any predictions that maybe someone who's casting today might have made. But
yeah, and it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I went for the very safe standard predictions. I don't know why you went off, off the rails this time.
I thought they were due, but KT just decided. But wouldn't it be so KT to 2-0 D+ and then lose to DNF? Wouldn't that be really KT?
It would. I just think that KT are actually looking pretty solid right now. They don't look like the flippy KT we're used to. So
that's how they get you.
That is how they get us. I don't expect too much out of DNF. They are currently 0-10, which does match their, one season streak that they've had for the franchise since the beginning, as DNF will mark their first ever 0-11 start since franchise.
If they lose. Only if they lose, which, they may not, Brendan, right?
Well, it does say upon today's defeat.
Yes.
Hoping that they don't for their sake, but with KT and Perfect coming back and Peter playing well against DK, I just feel like, they've got everybody flowing really well together.
Yep, we are seeing the Pure Dog duo return after 19 days.
Interesting way to put it. I don't think I would have said it that way, but that is one way to put it.
Yeah, I think both these players... Okay, to be fair, when we look at DNF, everyone has had their issues. I think Berserk has had the least issues, but hopefully they're looking to shake things up again, bring those two back in, and I'm hoping, particularly for Pioshik, we see a high level of play from him.
Because approaching all-time 600 LCK games, he's on 598. He will play his 600th game in game number 2. Might even play number 601 if we do get to 3 games, but he would be the all-time second jungler to ever hit 600 games, right behind Peanut, who has almost 800.
You know what that is? That is an LCK jungler champion pool right there. You know, Sejuani at the top, Fede Gragas, Lee Sin, the Viego, classics.
Yeah. Cuz has always been kind of the very reliable. He's not super flashy. He's going to play the tank. He's going to be someone who always shows up. Plays a lot of Viego as well when it does make sense. And oftentimes alongside of BDD, it does make sense. And even in this meta, we've seen him play it quite a lot. So hopefully they can put that together and take down DNF here. As we do see them going for the fist bump before we get it started. Interestingly enough, with Peter playing so well the last time out and Life really struggling so far, might see a bit of a support gap in this one, Ox.
Potentially. It could be a big factor. Peter has been really performing well. I do want to emphasize the importance of this series for DNF, though, because obviously they're looking for their first win. So right now they play KT. That next series is against Nongshim. Pretty tough opponent. Then it's Gen G. Then it's HLE.
Yeah.
So I mean it. If they don't get a win here, it's not just 0-11 we're looking at. They might go to 0-14 before they face another opponent that feels beatable. So they really need this today. They really need some good news. They really need a win on the board. Obviously, key player, Berserker, he has been the strongest member for DNF this season. I don't think there's anyone in the world who would disagree with that. He has tried to really make some games happen. It just hasn't quite been enough.
Yeah, I don't really think anyone comes close. They've swapped out mid and jungle a bunch of times. Dudu's been really struggling, as has Life. So Berserker really kind of the one guy. Duckdom definitely the role player on this KT roster. He even got subbed out for Padak a couple of games, and then he did come back. And he has looked a bit better since then, but he still doesn't have huge numbers to back it up. And part of that is because, they're just not doing very well, and other lanes are doing quite well, especially mid with BDD, who does have very high stats for a team that's currently 4-7.
Yeah, I think obviously different parts of KT have really been, it's kind of like the opposite. I think Duckdom has kind of been the weaker player on this lineup for KT, but he's been doing his job. They've been able to pick up some that win against D+, I think it was a really important one for them. If they can challenge a team like that. I know D+ has been on a losing streak, but a lot of teams that D+ was losing to were the top teams in our league. KT really hoping to make a case for themselves to make it not only into the Legend Group, but also top 6 for the MSI qualifier. They're currently ranked 7th, but a win here could push them into tied 6th if they get a 2-0.
Yeah, it does feel like KT are trending up, so I would not be surprised to see them finish in 6th. But yeah, their start of the season has been a bit rough, so trying to make up for that. Whereas DNF, I don't even know if they have a chance to get top 6 at this point with 0-10. Even if they won every single match from here, maybe if you're 8-10, you can make it happen. We've seen 6th place 8-10s.
That's the thing. Mathematically, it's still possible, but there's a big gap between mathematically and realistic. You know, even
so
if they
figuratively versus literally.
Yes, even if they win today, as I said, the next 2 matches are some tougher opponents. Even if they beat Nongshim as well, do we think they're in a position to beat HLE and Gen.G? Probably not. Once you start talking about like a team with 12 losses, it seems unlikely, but I think that's the thing. We have a long season ahead of us. Even if you don't make MSI qualifiers, even if you end up in the Rise group, you know, there's still so much to play for. And I think DNF, the focus just needs to be on the series today. The series today. Win the series today. And don't think about, okay, can we make MSI qualifiers? Just think, okay, let's win the series in front of us and get something on the board in the positive direction.
Hey, Ox, have you ever traveled 12,000 kilometers to watch the LCK live?
No. I did travel...
Really? Isn't it? About 12,000 from the UK?
But I didn't specifically travel that far to watch it live. I traveled that far to work here.
Yeah, but then you watched it live at the same time. So
well,
technically...
Technically, but I think
you
that's
did, yeah.
undermining these dedicated fans who come here purely to be LCK enjoyers.
Yeah, they want Dudu to play Aatrox. I'm not sure about that.
I traveled 12,000 kilometers to play board games with Mao.
With Chronicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did I. Or maybe it's more. I don't know. I think it is more, actually, from New York. Yeah, it's more hours at least, so
yeah,
probably more, but not definitely. Theory.
Yeah, a lot of respect given towards Peter here with this Nico ban. It's a pick he's been relying on quite heavily. We then see the Zinzao come out. Talia still open, so maybe KT opt to ban that away. But we've seen no top lane bans yet in this draft, which is pretty rare.
Troubling.
Yeah.
Because Perfect's Rumble is not okay.
Yeah. Does make me wonder what DM Freak's going to prioritize in this situation. I think KT, they go for the Clister ban. And they're going to deny the Rumble, but then KT, you know, they could maybe go towards something like the Jace. There's still the Talia open. Jace Talia would be a decent rotation to have that as an option. They could also go the Galio if they want, not specifically now, but in response to the Rumble. They definitely have options. Maybe want to prioritize a jungler though. Looks like they are going towards that Jace pick. A lot of confidence in Perfect, which is warranted given his return to the roster and what we saw from him earlier this week.
I mean, even BDD can play Jace. He hasn't played it in a while, I don't think. But potentially flexible. We don't see it flex very often, unless you're DK in this meta. By the way, Degon just let me know that it's 11,000 kilometers from New York City. So I guess you got me beat there, Ox.
Yep.
You traveled longer to get beers with Wolf. Yone is going to be taken here by BDD, and his Yone was incredible against DK in Game 1.
Yep, going to see the Pantheon come out, and then, I mean, I think Victor's okay, I think Raizo's okay. Talia would be what I would go for. And they're going to end up with the Talia Pantheon, which is a pretty strong skirmishing combo. In terms of fighting power around this top side, it's pretty solid. Cuz looking at the Nidalee as an AP option in this situation. But one of the things is, yes, Nidalee's very slippery, but if Pantheon does connect that stun and Talia's there to follow, you can just nuke her down.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Cuz to just stay out of range and try to hold him off. Now, he does have his Nidalee card back. I feel like he did earn it in that game against DK. Again, DK weren't playing amazingly. I think it does stand to be said that, you know, DK are in a bit of a slump right now, but it was nice to see KT with such a huge comeback. So kind of everything that happened in that series, it just felt like was going very right for KT, including because it's Nidalee. So I'm happy to see them going with what has worked.
You're going to see the Ezreal ban come out, denying that away from Berserker. I feel like for the side of DM Freaks, you know they're probably going to want to engage support, especially to pair up with things like the Nidalee. Alistar we often see picked in that 4th spot, something they could look to prioritize.
Someone has a sign behind Rapid Star that says, if DNF wins, I will take off my wig.
You take off your wig?
Nobody knows about my wig, Ox.
Sorry,
okay?
I shouldn't have brought it up.
That's private.
Yeah, my bad. My bad, guys. Varus ban going to come through, something that I think there's already a lot of poke on the side of KT. I think it would become pretty obnoxious if that was also secured for KT. See, considering the options, what KT want to ban out in this situation. I feel like a Rakan ban could be good. You don't really want to play Rakan into Talia. Denying that away has a decent amount of value. I think DM Freaks, there's more pressure currently with that draft to kind of close the gap, close the distance on some of those longer range poke threats on the side of KT. Jhin does come out as a ban though, and it's been very 80 carry folks. There's not really looking towards any support bans right now.
To be honest, I think it's fair, you know. Even if Life does get a super top level support, I would rather still ban out Berserker with just the way that the team is playing out right now. So we're going to have Alistar picked first.
Yeah, the Alistar on 4 is like really common. I'm kind of a bit surprised that we didn't see an Alistar ban come out from the DM Freaks. And then in the end, we get the Xayah and presumably the Rakan going to come through in this situation. Does mean the composition, especially when like you think of the ones leading the charge, it's going to be Pantheon and it's going to be Rakan, very squishy. So liable to just get popped by the side of KT, whereas I feel like that Alistar durability goes a long way. And then looking at the Ashe, considering some other options, I think Lucian's a little short-ranged.
Kai'Sa. I feel like Ashe does work very well.
Yeah, you have a bit more CC if you want to set things up for follow-up from the rest of your members on KT. Also, it's one of these situations where KT's comp outranges pretty hard. It's very much the burden is on the DM Freaks to close the gap. And also, I think like one of the things that isn't really talked about that much with Ashe is how it gives you such an advantage in vision control with the Hawk shots. So having vision advantage as a composition with so many poke tools, really valuable, really powerful.
Yeah. You got traps, you got the slipperiness of Nidalee, who can kind of act as a living ward at times. And you've got Hawk shot. And Alistar is great at face-checking brushes if they do get behind. So I feel like this is a comp that actually can play pretty well from behind, which is not something we say very often. Yes, there is a lot of damage on the top side, and if they get behind, it's not going to be easy. But at least they're not going to be running head first with no hope.
Yeah, I think the thing is with DM Freaks composition, some squishy frontliners. That's my main concern. So if they fall behind, they might just get exploded because they need to lead the charge. They need to be making the engages happen. I think as a result, if we see DM Freaks fall behind, it's going to feel a little rough. But if they're able to make this composition work, they have good team fighting power, they have good setup, they have good follow-up. It just really comes down to whether they connect on the day. And I mean, I've said it before, everyone said it, they really need this win today.
They needed it last time, they need it today. And hopefully this comp is enough to get them at least one win. They've gotten game wins before. We'll see if they can do it here in game 1 up against KT Rolster. Let's hop onto the Rift.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
Game number 1. DNF starting out on the blue side here in round 2 of our LCK season. And we'll see if that does help them out in this one. I'm definitely worried about Bulldog. You know, he gets the Talia, but he was certainly struggling before he was sent down to Challengers, and his last time playing was actually up against KT as well. So he just face-checked into an Ashe, so now Pyosik has to flash, and he's getting flashed on! As now we got spears coming out, more autos coming down, and this is Ashe at level 1. You're just not getting away. It's not. Oh, the heal comes through though, and the block from Life may be enough, and yes, it is. Just barely.
Okay, so
not gonna feel good, but
it feels terrible. Even if you live, look at his health. He has to recall. He's not recalling.
He's not recalling.
Okay, this is ride or die for Pyosik. Can he make it work? This is a true test of the jungler.
Please don't die to the cramp. I can't. My heart can't take that.
He's
Okay.
so low. He's so low. He's
No, no,
so
no,
low.
no, 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 no. Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay, okay.
Okay. That was scary. That was scary. That would be a, you know what? They've already had a rough season. That would be a season ender. I'm just going to say it if that happened. Not a great start, but ultimately didn't die. And in terms of summoners traded, like, Dr. lost his flash as a result of that. So if Pioshik finds an angle to go bot lane, that's a target they can definitely look for.
It was Pioshik just baiting him all along to use the flash. That's the angle we'll take here. You know, the jungle nowadays is so forgiving, I feel like, compared to many years ago.
Once upon a time.
Yeah, where it's like, you have to play Warwick to jungle. It's like, nah, that's not a thing anymore, so.
A lot of examples of pro players dying in camps. In fact, you know what was that iconic one? Do you remember it was the Renegades one in NA where they both died to Rift Herald? Like, it was like a,
I feel like I remember hearing about this.
And they both died to Rift Herald. It was such, that game is just infamous in my mind. So many comical errors. But yeah, Pioshik will be able to survive through his bot side jungle, reset and head towards the top side. All those wards that were placed there earlier have died, so all things considered, not an awful start, but I will say losing the flash on your Pantheon doesn't feel good because, you know, there's some champions, like if Nidalee doesn't have flash, it's kind of whatever. She's so mobile anyway, she can kind of make up for it. Ekko's doing a very roundabout way of doing this wrong.
He figured it out eventually.
But with a champion like Pantheon, who is very binary, like, not having flash is the difference between your engage being, you know, flash plus W compared to just W, and I think a lot of ganks become quite a bit harder without that.
Yeah, they definitely do. Looks like Dudu is having a decent time so far, at least up against Perfect. It was definitely a good idea to take the Rumble away. That was something I was very scared about in the draft.
And that's the thing with Fearless as well is, you know, in the hopes, obviously for DNF, that they win this game, KT will then have blue side. That Rumble is denied completely because of Fearless, so definitely a lot of value from that. Now, Pioshik didn't clear his blue, it appears.
Maybe because he was slowed down.
Yeah, I think he went straight for the scuttle. And honestly, if you're playing against a Nidalee and you expect to get invaded, maybe shaking it up a little bit. And the next blue will spawn later once he clears that. Or maybe just concerned about him being invaded then without flash. But either way, he's not too far behind considering he is against a Nidalee.
Is Peter going to go for something here? Doesn't look like it. Thought he was going to maybe make a play, but this bottom lane should just relatively be kind of actionless, especially with Duckdom still without his flash.
It's one of these lanes where engaging first, unless you have like an advantage specifically because someone's misplayed or the jungler's there, just forcing engage can backfire because if Rakan engages onto the Ashe, you can get knocked up by the Alistar and then Ashe just kites you out, and vice versa. If the Alistar engages onto the Xayah, you're going to get rooted, you're going to get CC'd. So I think expectations, we just see a bit of a more passive lane on the bot side.
Yeah. DNF is definitely a passive team. I wouldn't call KT an aggressive team. I do think that they are more aggressive than DNF, just because DNF is probably the most passive team we have here. Nice reaction from Bulldog, actually, on the shove. That's one of the things you have to be ready for when you're playing up against the Yone. Life going to take a big spear to the face, but he is Rakan.
Yeah, do you need to be a little bit cautious now? Because one of the things with this Nidalee Yone mid-jungle, we've seen it a fair bit. We often like seeing a Nidalee with more setup. Doesn't have a lot of setup around the solo lanes. But once that 6 is hit from the Yone, if you're playing around mid and you get caught by the Yone, you're just dead. It's just, especially someone who squishes Rakan. You see KT now confident to look for this dragon. But DNF start to move over and they back away.
Yeah, they did look at the dragon. They didn't look for it by the end of it.
Gave it a little tickle.
Yeah.
That was enough.
Just a spear and an auto, and that was about it. They're still grouping up for this. I mean, there's no grubs on this patch that spawn at the same time, so nice dodge this time out of BDD. He's going to get a nice amount of damage, but now we're going to have this skirmish over the dragon. And it's not much of a skirmish, actually. It does look like DNF are going to respect the cow for now. And then Italy. So, just going to back away.
That was a little bit scary. You know, the Nidalee so much burst damage as well. I mean, Pantheon too, so I feel like you can blow up a target pretty quickly and get that advantage immediately. Skull Crab will be secured by Cuz. He has generated a little bit of a lead in the jungle. And once again, looking for that dragon. Is on a ward, though.
Yeah, he's on a ward, but Bulldog's in the top side of the map. And their bottom lane is doing a good job of keeping them occupied. And it does look like BDD is going to make his way over first. Now, they could try to wall and send their Pantheon in as well. But Peter's kind of just holding the door right now with Duckdom on the bottom side. Bulldog, will he look for this wall? Is really the question for me. Pyosik goes in by himself on a Duckdom. Nobody going for the follow-up. They get the dragon. Pyosik still alone. And down will go Life. And down will go Pyosik. A very broken up engage here from DNF. Gets easily cleaned up by KT.
I just feel like it was such a messy engage where they really didn't know what they want. I think the correct call actually would have just been to go on the Alistar who's in front of you. Just burst the Alistar, turn it into a 4v3. Instead, the focus is so split, and in the counterpunch, KT, no hesitation, instantly take out Life and get a second kill to boot.
Yeah, I mean, Peter was level 4. It's not like it's a level 6 Alistar that you're going to have trouble getting enough damage into. Duckdown was so far pulled back, like into the bush, that they didn't even... I don't even know if they had vision. I guess they might have, but even so, Pyosik definitely overpushed that. And I think it's just a mix-up in comms here.
Yeah, so Pyosik he goes so heavily on Duckdown. I think another problem is that Bulldog is on the other side, so he's not there for follow-up. By the time he walls, the fight is over. I think there's sometimes, as a team, you just kind of need to say, hey, we can't fight this. And that's an okay call to make. And I think DNF struggling to make that call a lot of times. Now looking for the grubs, it's stolen away by Cuz, and I think he might just be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, in this day and age, if you give over 2 grubs, you don't really care. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, they are going to fight it, though, because, of course, they would still like to have 2 grubs over 1, and there's nothing else to fight over. NKT are stronger right now, so they're going to bully them out and pick up 2 grubs. At least DNF did get the 1, so it's not the end of the world for them either.
Does mean that KT with the feat of strength contribution there. 2 out of 3 for objectives, 2 out of 3 for kills. Looking pretty favorably towards those. And with the fact that the tier 3 boots are cheaper now, it feels a little bit more meaningful than it did in the previous patch.
Yeah, some of them got nerfed, but it does feel like, you know, it's a bit more worth it now.
Yeah.
Especially if you've only got, what is it, like 500 gold to pick them up. You've got like that left over. You're like, well, I'd rather this than an amp tome or something.
Exactly. I think it's just so much, like the difference in gold, even if some did get nerfed a little bit, it's just so much more worth.
Yeah. Well, we're still seeing some fighting up there, but both the AD carries are on equal farm in terms of CS. But Duckdown has 2 kills from the first fight that they did have. And Ashe got buffed on this patch too. So Duckdown could be the main character in this one. It's nice to see that Dudu's actually doing a good job in the top lane.
He's
been really struggling.
You know, I think Dudu's performance has been pretty inconsistent so far this year. But it's nice to see him having a good laning phase against Perfect, especially as, like, we talked about the Rumble being partially a denial, but he's really just making it his own so far in this match. And especially with things being a little bit rough in the jungle department.
Oh, he got the blue!
Wow.
Pyosik didn't have Smite, so... Yeah, not sure. As Pantheon comes down, Pyosik is very far away. And, yeah. Nidalee was there as well. It was a 2v2.
I'm so confused. What?
Yeah. You're not the only one.
You know what? That ult from Pyosik would have been great if the map's side was flipped. If Perfect was like blue side, that would have cut him off completely.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's red side.
Maybe he's trying to send a message to his teammate. He's like, I'm gonna ult you.
No idea what was the thought process there, but
it almost felt like he wasn't 100% committed, you know? He's like, oh, I want to go in, but I don't want to go too deep, you know? And I think that's just me giving the benefit of the doubt.
He wasn't even remotely committed, honestly, at that point. Very sheepish.
Yeah, well, maybe next time. But Pyosik is definitely falling behind of Cuz, who just picked up his Liandry's and is Nidalee. So he's going to be clearing out the jungle insanely fast and is going to be running around the jungle much faster than the Pantheon as well, especially a Pantheon that doesn't have ult now for half the duration. And we got another Dragon coming up here in 30 seconds. Does look like KT wants to play for this.
I think that's the thing, when you have this Talia Pantheon, part of the strength of it is you both have global ultimates, you can both make an impact in places faster.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that utilized at all yet from the DM Freaks. Both
Yeah.
times the mid or jungle ult have been used is kind of just joining a situation where then nothing happens if you've already lost it. So
Yeah.
I'd love to see them playing around that more. I think finding opportunities to punish Perfect on this Jace could be really valuable. But right now, they are just kind of hanging around on the bot side, waiting for KT to start the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Wolf on the space today, and I'm sure he's going to talk a bit about simple compositions. I think that in terms of the abilities of this comp, it's not that difficult to overlay all your stuns and damage, but in terms of making macro map plays, it is quite difficult. Or at least you have to be on the same page, and as we know, DNF are kind of the opposite of that right now. So really struggling to get value out of that, as you did highlight, Ox. We are going to have this Cloud Drake going down for free to KT.
Honestly, I feel like when you have these map tools,
Infernal.
when you have these map tools, you know, I don't think it's so complex. You know, I think you just need to be proactive. Just do things. You know, it's easier to do things with these tools than it is to do things without these tools.
Yeah.
It makes your life easier by having these rotating tools. And Infernal Soul, I mean, if you're a DNF fan, I'm sorry, but also Infernal Soul really not a positive one for the side of DNF, because if KT get that, the poke tools they have, the Jace and the Nidalee,
Yeah.
man, they are going to hit. And arrow comes down, Bulldog doesn't get hit by it, so that's some good news.
Yeah, you know, some good news here for DNF. Bulldog must have got a little jump scare from that. He's like, whoa, am I in danger? He wasn't really in danger. There wasn't really anyone around him. But yeah, it's true. I mean, it's not hard to press those ults at the same time. I just feel like, you know, coordination-wise, DNF aren't really on the same page, as we can see.
They are struggling with that.
Pyosik, he went down to Challengers for a match. And I think they got the win there. Got a couple of wins, one on Wukong, one on Pantheon. And now he's come back up. But what happens is, you know, Life was even talking about the lack of preparation with Doive coming in. But now that Pyosik comes back in, it's like, well, you had a bit of preparation with Doive, and now Pyosik's back, and now you've lost a little bit of preparation with Pyosik. So as we can see, they're even kind of more off of the same page here. In totally different books, it feels like. Life is going to hop away.
Different libraries?
Yes.
Perhaps.
And KT, I mean, they're not doing anything special, really. Just kind of, you know, playing for objectives.
Playing League of Legends.
Fight, yeah.
Playing League of Legends. And it's working so far. Pretty successfully. And especially with the, you know, we saw back when Grubs, you had the double set of Grubs, a lot of trading for objectives. If you're behind right now, there's no trading. With how the objectives are kind of staggered, like KT are looking to take this Rift Herald, and then they have 2.5 minutes until Dragon. And then they have 2.5 minutes till Alakan. Then they have 2.5 minutes till Soul.
Well, that arrow's going to sail very wide, as Life is just going to take that and go in with it. Peter, with his ult up with the wall there, there's not much that KT can do to save him. The Equalizer is going to zone him for a while. Peter goes over it, but Life comes over the top, and Dudu picks up the kill. And this time, DNF able to capitalize.
This is good. This is what you want to do with this composition. I will say it feels kind of bad. They committed so much, and they only got the 1 kill. But I think a big reason is that there was full summoners available on KT. You know, if Cuz or Dr. didn't have flashes, could have been a different story. They will look to secure the objective off the back of this. In return, though, KT going to pick up this bot tower, and they will get the feats of strength off this. But I think DNF, they're making a proactive move. This is what we wanted to see.
Yeah. This is an improvement. We'll take this, you know. BDD does get the first turret and the feats of strength. And this is the play.
Yeah, so Life in a bit of a comfortable position, but the Ricard able to create enough chaos. And unfortunately, they can't layer the CC onto Cuz there. I think if they get Cuz and Peter, they feel much better about this. Peter nearly getting away, but a nice follow-up there from Life to secure the kill.
Yeah, does have to use his flash to get it done, but certainly worth it at the end of the day. The feats of strength go over to KT. And now we're going to be fighting over this Infernal Drake that does come through in just about a minute. in terms of who's strong, I mean, the biggest lead that we have is actually in the AD carry role going the way of Duck Dom. But the next up is the mid lane, and BDD on, you know, one item Yone is going to be a force to be reckoned with. We haven't seen him really be a highlight player in any of these fights just yet, but we've only had a couple of real fights.
I will say Bulldog has completed the Seraphs, so, you know, if he was still sitting on the Archangels, it would feel a bit rough. And also, as much as the gold advantages aren't irrelevant, no one on KT has finished 2 items yet. And I think that's where it's really scary. Like, if BDD had 2 items and Bulldog was on 1.5, that's where the gold lead feels really severe because you get such a spike from the completed item. Right now, yes, BDD has more gold, is a bit stronger, but it's still playable. This gold discrepancy is still very playable for this position, but DNF need to be really confident. I think a big factor is also that if you look at the summoners, yes, Life in his flash, but everyone else has theirs, because Dr. and Peter all have theirs down. If they can find engages onto the Nidalee or the Ashe, that is the win con we're looking for here.
Yeah, so as DNF, you must be feeling pretty good about your top lane position right now. You know, Dudu's quite fed himself. He's level 12. Oh, I guess all the solo laners are level 12, but he's ahead. He's got a little bit more gold. He has an item. He's been playing pretty well. And they're going to be the ones that try to set up shop here on this Drake. They're not just going to let it go for free, but they have to be decisive. They can't get poked down and, you know, whittled down before the fight even really begins.
Look at BDD's angle here. This is scary. Life takes a big spear.
Let's see how this is going to go. It does look like DNF are kind of being hugged right now from multiple different angles. His life is getting burst down, and BDD finds 2 on the backside. Another knockup, and they take down the one guy who was fed on the side of DNF. He goes down, and DNF are just not ready for this. They're falling like flies right now. It's a free 5-for-0 ace to the side of KT, and it was not close in that fight.
Just feels like they got corralled in there, you know. All 5 members of DNF were sitting on the dragon. They didn't have any conscious awareness of the flanks coming in. They didn't have anyone marking BDD. You know, only Bulldog was off at a different angle, and all he did was wall off the enemy AD carry. The engage comes in, Dudu gets exploded almost instantly. Pyoshik doesn't really get to play the game other than stunning an ulted Alistair. Life just went down without really making an impact. It felt like KT, it didn't even feel like they put in particular effort. It just felt, you know, it felt effortless. They just glided into that fight, hit all their skill shots, dispatched DNF, and DNF floundered.
And Ox, before that fight, it was about 1,500 gold ahead for KT. Now it's 7,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, the game is over.
KT.
The game is over.
The game has just fallen out of the sky.
And that's the thing, you know.
Where'd it go?
That fight looks so one-sided, but they actually, DNF, like if you had a different team, if you had like a Gen G, they've been in positions like that before, then they would have just fought from there and won. Like, it was definitely a winnable position, but now the game is just completely cooked.
It just felt like they didn't turn on to anyone specifically, and they just kind of died without doing anything.
They need to mark the flanks, and they need to have priority targets to engage on, you know? Life was kind of just doing some defensive ult thing, and they... Engaging first, especially when you look at these compositions, a lot of squishy champions. A lot of squishy champions. Like, even the Rumble, who, with regards to this draft, he's one of the bulkier champions in this game. He got exploded very quickly. So I think whoever leads the charge is going to win.
And the engage for KT was beautiful, right?
Oh, yeah.
There are ways to counter that, but the fact that they had an Ashe Arrow coming from mid, they had the Jace from the bottom side, and then BDD was in their own jungle, and Cuz just raining spears from the banana brush that they didn't have control of. Like, yes, DNF could have played it better, but props to KT for a very comprehensive engage there.
And should now just be able to pick up the Arakan. I feel like it's so low threat now, and they're so strong.
Okay, Life just going to try to tank it up here and try to get something going. Peter still with his ult and flash available. He's just looking for an angle to go in. He will be forced to use his ult pretty early on, though.
The Herald.
It's just a distraction tactic. Will it work? Yes, but not really. Okay, Pyoshik's going in, and, well, he's just going to die. Life as well will just get rained down on by the Ashe as he was trying to get out. And now it's 5v3. We got spears raining down here, and we have an engage cone as well. Bulldog gonna be taken out by Duck Dom, and one by one the dominoes fall. Berserker the last to fall, not the first time there. And KT are just rolling them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like KT were definitely going to secure the Arakan anyway. I think DNF's best hope was to fight them when they were on it. They didn't do that, and they kind of got demolished. I'm just not sure, you know. Peter, with Celestial Opposition and as an Alistair, is not a target you're going to take down. And they end up committing a decent amount onto him. Then again, it's BDD and Cuz find this great angle, trying to threaten over the wall. This Herald, I'm not sure. Yeah. And then this ult was a... it was certainly an ult. And you see what I was talking about in the draft? The fact that, like, the Rakan Pantheon, from behind in particular, they're so squishy.
Yeah.
They just get exploded. They go in, they have to be the ones to lead the charge. They get exploded in a split second, and then the fight is over. And the thing is, I can't even massively fault them for going for that engage because the game was already cooked, if I'm being real.
Yeah.
You win.
You got to try something.
You got to try something. So, yes, it looked a little bit goofy from Kershik going in there, but it's doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. At least they tried something. Now, KT have the Arakan, the new Thornbound Arakan, I think it's called.
Yes. Bound to the Thorns. Or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know the lore behind the name.
And cool. In 50 seconds, it's also going to be the Infernal Soul.
Yes.
I personally think that KT were already doing enough damage.
What if Cuz starts throwing because the AD carry took his Scuttle Crab? Is that an angle?
No, I don't think it's enough. I think you need more than Cuz to throw.
Yeah. I think it would have to be maybe Duck Dom, the guy who throws, rather than Cuz.
No, the thing is they have multiple damage stats, so I feel like maybe you need 2 people to throw. Maybe if Cuz and Duck Dom started arguing and they both threw.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a really common thing that happens.
Solo queue for sure.
Yeah. Not in pro.
Yeah.
So, not really seeing the angles here. But they are going to fight over this Infernal Drake.
They do have to.
Yeah. Peter took a bunch of damage, but there is a Nidalee in the game, so he's going to get healed up.
One of the things I'm concerned about, everyone on KT apart from Peter has Flash, so even if you find a target, I don't think they kill them.
Yeah, this is rough. The Drake is already pretty much gone, as Pyosik not even going to try to get in there. Now he's going to go in after the fact the knockup comes in, and there is the body blocking with Peter just holding the front line. Again, they had to try something, but it's not going to look pretty at the end of the day. BDD goes over, catches both of them, as his Yone really is beautiful. Looks even better from this far ahead. And that'll be, it looks like, the third complete 5-for-0 ace. Clean ace that we are going to have in this game. Dudu does go down, and again, all 5 members of KT live.
Well, I didn't expect anything else, if I'm going to be honest. So,
yeah.
The thing is, they have to fight this. You know, if they let this go, the game is pretty doomed anyway, but they're just so late. Like, the Dragon's already gone, and then they're like, well, let's engage anyway, and just look how quickly Pyosik is melted through. And then Life, they weren't even focusing him, and he just dies. I mean, they focused him towards the end, but like initially, he loses like half his health bar of nothing. And the damage, I mean, you add in the Infernal Soul and you add in the Arakan, there ain't no way. There ain't no way.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be some more bullying here, as it's just 2 of them trying to take down Pyosik, as now Perfect's going to join. The shield saving Pyosik for a little bit, but the wallets are just this heavy. I mean, it's a 13,000 plus gold lead. And the arrow is going to connect as well. A duo, double kill rather, here for BDD. And now it looks like they'll take the Baron.
Yeah.
Any analysis here, Ox?
I wonder if we have dinner.
They had to try to check the Baron.
I wonder what we have for dinner today.
Yeah, I'm a little bit excited about that. I was trying to get some chicken sandwiches, but they ran out.
Oh.
That was very sad.
How did you handle that? Was that rough?
It was pretty rough, yeah. Not as rough as this, which...
You know what?
I mean, even the KT fans aren't clapping anymore.
I think DNF should get some chicken sandwiches. Maybe that's why they're struggling, because they didn't
consolation.
They wanted some chicken sandwiches and they didn't get them because they ran out.
Yeah.
Maybe that's really impacted them.
Yeah. The thing is, the place I wanted to get it from is a bakery, so I think they open pretty early. I might have to come early to LCK one day.
Maybe DNF have struggled all split. They've been trying to get chicken sandwiches, and that's why
they just can't
losing because they haven't got them.
Yeah. Maybe we need to move up the LCK time just a bit earlier. Okay, BDD, you didn't have to do that.
Maybe that's it. DNF are just warning people, you know?
Yeah.
And they're struggling in all the LCKs in the evening, so they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, at this point, I will believe anything. As the Nexus will eventually fall and Game 1 will end soon, I hope. unless KT do want to take them all out first. Peter will live, and it's 22-2 with Thornbound, Otacon, Infernal Soul, and more than a 15,000 gold lead for KT as they absolutely just bulldozed DNF, and it was not close.
Not even remotely close. Not even, there was not a moment in that game, not a single moment where I was like, hey, advantage for DNF. They found something positive. It was just, it started a little rough, and then it went downhill. So, already starting with a 0-1 score for DNF. Really unfortunate. They need a win today. If they don't get a win today, I'm sorry, you're probably going 0-14. That is the likely outcome if you're not able to beat KT. You have harder opponents ahead of you. And for DNF, it has not been a fun season so far.
Yeah, it's pretty rough when you're having a season like this and then you have a game like that. Like, how do you keep your mental together? I do applaud all the players for being able to do it, at least to some extent, although I do believe that some of their tragic losses have been because of that as well. It's not easy to keep it together, especially against KT, who's trending up. You know, they're the roller coaster that's going up, so it's the wrong time to hit this team.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it's Fearless. You don't have to deal with Cousin Italy again, but yeah.
We got some angles. We got Fearless, and we'll see if that does help them. As I assume they go back to the blue side. The coaches and the team will try to figure it out. KT, again, just rolling with the punches, doing really well. We'll see what happens next. Guys, we'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 노플이라서 얘
위에 타워부터
펠터부터
올게. 위에 타워부터 봐줘. 이거 딜러들 타워 못 치는 게 애매하다.
계속.
방금 좀 쓰자 그럼.
제이스가 좀 더 해줘.
딜 잠깐 탈리안 볼게.
나이스. 나 궁 5초. 이번 턴에 막으려는 공 한번 할게.
너무 롱이야 이거.
할게.
타야 노플인가?
락한 거 있으니까.
한번 써볼게.
락한 비야.
그냥 막 할게 이거.
파테부터 봐줘, 파테.
더.
이거 락한 거.
럼블 노플이야.
Hello everyone, welcome to the space here on this wonderful Friday, as it is KT up 1-0 against the DN Automotive Freaks, who are still looking for their first series win. Tigon here alongside Wolf and Chronicler, and it feels like, gentlemen, they changed the roster, but the decision-making stays the same.
I do like that they've given us highlighter colors, green and orange respectively. I'm wearing the color of my people. I'm talking about other stuff, because unfortunately there wasn't too much game to talk about. We're going to try. We're going to give it our all, because the casters, you know, they did their best, so we have to as well.
We should do our job.
But Wolf,
the shot calling has been an issue for this team since post LCK Cup, because during LCK Cup they weren't a strong team necessarily, but they looked a lot better than this. But at some point they lost their confidence, they lost their ability to group for team fights and to correctly identify targets and look for those 5v5s. And it just feels like week after week, even with breaks, you know, coming through, and you're expecting, all right, we're going to see some roster change-ups. Maybe they've got a better plan. Maybe it's going to look better. It just looks the same. At least it's not looking that much worse, but I don't know how much worse it could look. And this has to be fixed at some point, or we might be looking at 018.
I think we have to change jungle and support. I think they looked way better with Doiv, right? I think Bulldog coming back in makes sense. But I think Pioshik needs more time. I think in this match, it was yet again not able to really perform to the level that, even at his flippiest, you know, with thinking back to 2022, do not forget that there were a lot of moments where Pioshik had crazy performances throughout the year as well. Consistency wasn't there until the very end, and even then you might argue it wasn't there, but he's better than this, or he was, but right now he's not playing like it. And I think without a good support and jungle synergy, you can't team fight at all, which is why every single time, the moment they start team fighting, everything falls apart.
And we saw, you know, some of those fights early on, just super disjointed. Pioshik, you know, I will say he went in. He was always looking for an angle on the back line, but the fights are just so broken up. Like, this wall from Bulldog is, like, the fight is already lost. Like, it's so late. And then here we have this fight here where they're actually trying to make a proactive play on to the side of KT. They don't have a lot of vision, but they commit so much to actually get into this fight and actually get the pick onto Peter, even a teleport from Dudu. And all the while, BDD is just like, all right, well, we lost our Alistair. We'll take turret and take feats of strength. Thanks for the TP, by the way. There's no plates here. The turret goes down. So even in that small win where they found an angle, they were able to at least call this one. They didn't see the bigger picture on the map.
It's just desperation, right? Like, and it makes sense because you're a team that has already been struggling so much, that keeps losing, but you throw literally everything you have to get a kill on one Alistair, like just supported the enemy team. And I get it, but it's just so clear that the team is just feeling really tilted right now. And I don't know if you can fix that in this, in between the, 10-minute break we have between games.
Yeah, and in that skirmish, Peter kind of was the one that was like, oh, you guys will target me because I'm headbutting into 4 people, and it made it very clear on who the target was. Otherwise, it just hasn't looked like they are clearly calming in the middle of the fights, and we see the same thing here in our Drake fight.
Well, that fight wasn't even that clean from KT. It starts with Peter and Docdom being on completely different pages. Yeah. And then this is another example. I do like the angle that BDD has here on the own. I think him and Peter were the big standouts for me in this early play, but you can just see the hesitation and the lack of a cohesive target here.
I mean, look at Life going in here while Berserker is like on the dragon. Where's the jungler? Oh, he's up on the top side of the fight. BDD split them in half. They use the Talia wall not to get Bulldog into the fight or to cut the team in half, but just to wall Duckdom off. It's just very disjointed, and it's frustrating to watch because I think even for the players rewatching this footage, they probably will have the same reaction of like, ooh, this really wasn't it. Like, this wasn't our best work, you know? And we saw Punch has kind of been called up from Challenge. It looks like he's here. He was on stage earlier, so he's getting involved a little bit. I don't think there was really an issue with this draft by any means. I think it was a solid draft from DNF. I also think their drafting in general has been overall pretty fine. We've seen a few where we raised our eyebrows, but it's not about the draft. It's not about the laning phase. It's about figuring out how to do these objectives. And it's going to take a lot more than, like you said, the 10-minute break they have between these games to solve this problem. I think Pioshik has a ton of experience, right? He's a player that stomped challengers when he was called down and subsequently was called back up here. Doiv looked fine. Maybe there's a lot of potential growth for Doiv in this roster, and maybe looking forward, he could be a long-term solution. But Pioshik is, you know, one of your most famous players, right? He has a ton of experience, but it just isn't showing in these moments. It isn't showing in these fights. He's being really aggressive, but the team isn't there with him. So if your team doesn't follow you, is it the right call? Probably not.
No, definitely not. And it's just, it's just so difficult because we just don't have answers. They don't have answers. And it isn't like we've seen, oh, this change has made clear improvement in this area. There are leaks everywhere. It's just a flood. It's not, hey, there's a leak here, there's a leak there. It's just a flood.
Solo lane performance is looking better. That's something.
There it is. We love silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
He won lane. He won lane pretty hard.
Yeah, but that... We were only a few weeks ago where it felt like there was no redeeming qualities. I think Bulldog also looked a little better than before he went down to Challenger. So, is that enough? No, but we gotta look for something because otherwise it might just be a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
I know you give the shout out to Bulldog, but I feel like every week when What Did is on, we talk about and do a little, what is it called? Illustration on Talia Wall from Bulldog. And we could have done it here again today, but instead we'll just send you to game number 2 here. KT looking to get a win streak going, whereas the DN Automotive Freaks, they need to get anything going.
Thank you very much for that, Spacers. I'm glad we didn't do the Talia Wall segment, as once again, this is the sign that says I will take off my wig if you win today. So we'll see if that happens.
You know what? Based on what has happened so far, I don't think we're going to see it. I think the wig is going to stay on.
Oh, BDD.
You know what? I would have utmost respect if they kept that sign there for the whole series. It would make it very difficult to watch, but aura, I think, is what it would have.
Yes. 600 games for Cuz. Congratulations. We'll see which champion he does play for his 600th game. Will it be Sejuani? Could be. There's no Yone, though. And he's already played in Italy, as we saw. And Pantheon's out. So we'll see how that does favor them here in game number 2. I would assume that DNF just stay on the blue side. You know, maybe if you really want to mix things up, you go the red side. But as our Spacers were saying, it's not really about the draft. It's not about the champions that were picked. It's about the team fighting. It's about the team coordination that's just not there. So blue side or red side, that's totally fine. They're going to stay on the blue side. It is the stronger side. So that does make sense.
And again, I mean, I think Wolf said it perfectly on the desk. This was a very playable draft. This draft was completely fine. And that's the frustrating thing, is I feel like draft is one of the easier things to fix in League of Legends. You know, if you mess up a draft, you go behind the stage, you go, oh, we gave this pick, it was a problem, let's not do that again. In Fearless, even more so, because you don't have to deal with the picks. Like, if you give over like a Rumble or something, you don't have to deal with it again the next game. The problem with DNF is so much deeper than just draft, and I think that's why it's really hard for them to fix things mid-series and why they still haven't found that first series win. Now, we do see somewhat similar bans. Xin Zhao has been left open. Kalista is still open, and that's what KT banned last time. Do they ban Xin Zhao here and leave Kalista open? Is kind of my question right now. Gwen being banned means the big four, only Ambessa's left available, but Ambessa's kind of dropped off in priority. And it looks like Xin Zhao banned, they're going to pick up the Varus instead, expecting maybe KT to pick the Kalista in return and being happy with that matchup.
Yeah, we'll see if it does plan out that way. The Varus being hovered here.
Got to remember, somebody said Talia off the cards, which is nice for Kalista, but Nico also gone, which is something we often see paired up with the Kalista. So Peter won't have access to that. We'll see if they opt into it or they just don't care. They could just completely ignore the Kalista. I don't think that's necessarily a bad angle to go for. Obviously, wide choice in terms of mid laners, but maybe if you want to prioritize a jungle, you go now. They instantly lock in the Yorick. 22.2% win rate right now on the LCK. It is not hit. We have not seen the Yorick really be successful.
Yeah, and again, there are pros out there who believe this pick is very strong, and I think it does have strong points, and it's very easy to play, but it's just not winning here. And I think especially as a first pick as well, blind, I'm not about that life, but let's see what Perfect has to show us here. Maybe he just wants revenge for losing lane in the first game.
Yeah, it could be. Looking to pick for Bulldog here. Thinking of going for the Victor. Gives you a pretty strong backline, you know, between those. And ultimately, as long as you can stop Yorick from just being a side lane menace, the fact that they have a Yorick means you really are going to be in a comfortable position when it comes to those team fights. The Viego, I'm less convinced about.
Yeah. The issue with the Viego is you're playing Paperman, you go in, you get rooted by Ryze and die. And we've seen that Pyosik has been struggling a lot, so I don't think that's a good choice. Aatrox. Someone wanted to see due to Aatrox, they're going to get their wish.
Yeah, a lot of team fighting power again. And also, we saw like the Nocturne being hovered. If they do go in that direction, diving into like a Victor Aatrox, not fun. Wukong isn't the Nocturne, but similar vibes in terms of what your goal is in team fights. We'll see if they end up committing for that. Honestly, so far, I think DN Freaks will be pretty happy with what they've secured in the draft.
Yeah, it does help that we had blind pick Yorick. I'll say that. Ryze Wukong, definitely a very strong 2v2, especially at level 6, obviously. They are going to be able to get a bunch of kills together, and BDD and Cuz have always had great coordination.
I live in the end.
Yes, and I think they should be able to get multiple kills onto some of those squishy targets if DNF doesn't have a front line.
Yeah, KT starting to target the junglers. I do think Pyosik has been a little bit unstable in his jungle play recently, so a tank jungler would help to really solidify this comp, so Sejuani takeaway is good. DN Freaks, they can just look to ban away AD carries here. They take away that MF. They could also take away the Ezreal, I think, is a decent ban.
Yeah.
And I think be happy with that. You know, Jin's still open as one of those longer ranged options. I think you're not too concerned about the Kalista in this situation, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Duckdown played Jin in Game 2 up against DK, and he looked great on it. I think that he would definitely look in that direction. And you see that no AD carry is going to be banned here, obviously, because they already have Varus. And that does mean you got to pick between Ezreal and Jin. Most likely. No Lilia here for Pyosik. Kind of an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have 5 jungle bans from KT. So pretty heavily targeting Pyosik on this one, trying to make him uncomfortable. They are going to ban the Kalista instead. I mean, I know it's strong in the lane, but I think Varus is a fine matchup into it. Maybe they're scared that they pick Kalista and then go like Renata on 5 and kind of limit your options. And if you pick an engaged support, you have to deal with Kalista Renata, which isn't fun. I don't know, but KT looking like they're going to go towards the Jin. And especially with the Wukong and the Ryze, if they can connect onto a target and you can follow up, can be really powerful. DN Freaks. Honestly, with the Jin being picked, I think you feel a lot more comfortable going Nautilus. Because you know you're not dealing with a Braum. You're not going to play Jin Braum. I hope not. Toying with
Don't
the
put it
idea
past them.
of the Skarner or the Nautilus, which they want to pick up now. They opt to go for the Nautilus. Will they still go for the Skarner? I think you have enough damage in this composition. I don't think you need more damage. We'll see if they opt in that direction.
Yeah, something tanky that's generally pretty all or nothing.
I think Poppy
is good.
Poppy's also open and could be okay. I think that's an option they could go towards. I'm seeing a Volibear on my screen.
Are you sure about that? I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not anymore.
Yeah.
I think the...
It's gone.
Skarner's been struggling a bit since the nerfs. Definitely his power levels come down a decent amount, but I think a tank for Pyosik, definitely a good amount of value. And then Peter just looking at the Rel, I think makes a good amount of sense. Leona also an option.
Yeah. Bard?
No, not that one.
Jin Bard.
Leona, yeah.
Will taste T1. Nope, it's going to be the Leona.
Yeah, I think really solid base potential between Jin and Leona. Leona got some minor buffs on this patch, not huge ones to make a difference.
Mana buffs.
Mana buffs, and the passive lasts a little bit longer, so it's nice quality of life, but it's not really changing her power level. But ultimately, I think DN Freaks team fight super strong. In the 5v5, they are a force to be reckoned with. I think KT have to be a little bit more wise with how they play things out, given that they have this Yorick, they have this Ryze who has good Realm Warp and just side lane pressure. They do have a decent amount of burst potential, but I think, you know, odds are decent for DN Freaks in this one. If Perfect doesn't take over the game, I think they should, in theory, I want to emphasize, in theory, capable of winning this game.
Careful using words like should.
Yes.
With a team that's struggling this much. I wouldn't be surprised to see KT try to play a little bit of side lane pressure. It's a type of composition that's a lot more difficult for some teams, and maybe they're just saying, hey, this is a good opportunity to go ahead and practice that. With the Yorick and the Ryze 1-2 lock-in. Please save him. I will hold my breath until you get one win.
Oh, what a brave Pearson.
He's going to be holding his breath for a while if they don't win tonight, as you did highlight before.
But he would have broken a world record.
Yeah, there's
so
that.
credit
Yeah.
to him.
Or the opposite. Well, DN Freaks up against KT Rolster. Game 2 starts now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2.
Okay, so I think if DNF don't burn any flashes level 1, we're off to a better start. That's all I'm really asking for in this situation. Just don't burn your flash level 1. Pyoshik.
Interesting timing when you said his name.
Yeah.
Will he go for a ward? Is also a question. He's going to pick up a rock and then put down a ward. So he did do it.
And he didn't burn his flash.
Yeah.
Better start than last time. Okay, it is going to be the lethal tempo virus as well. And that's fair enough. A lot of bulkier targets to cut through in this situation. Seen less and less lethality virus, I feel, recently. Teams favoring that DPS option.
Yeah.
They'll just have to be a little bit closer when trying to get the damage down.
It's definitely good in some scenarios, but it does feel like players are willing to try both styles, even if the scenario is good for lethality. Whereas in the past, if the scenario was even a little bit good for lethality, they would just always go lethality.
Yeah.
It's different kind of feel for Varus players. We don't see Varus all too much just because he gets banned so much. He has been banned 57.7% of the time.
It's a lot.
In our games. It's not the most bans. Most ban does go over to Vi, and then Callista, and then Gwen, and then Varus. But he's certainly up there. Number 4 is pretty difficult. But LCK certainly does like saying, this champion is not allowed to be played, and then every other team will follow that, and just ban the same stuff. Those are the rules, yes. I do like Dudu's chances to try to punish Perfect in this lane.
But perhaps not to win the game.
The timing of that?
Oh, I mean, they did have the timing. They do know the timing because they pinged the ward. Will Bulldog be caught out by it?
All right, well, he is going to get rooted down, and with the red buff, Bulldog is going to try to flash, but I don't know if it's enough. Well, the Q's going to miss, and Cuz does not commit.
It's a nice dodge, but still a good gank from the side of KT. BDD sets up the root, and it just makes that gank so easy. He'll take that summoner and that added pressure in the mid lane. Good start from Cuz on his 600th game.
600th game. It does end up being Wukong.
Right, thanks, Brendan.
What? Because I was able to say 600?
Just flexing on me.
On my first try.
Okay.
Kind of struggling with words nowadays.
It's just, you know...
You know, I don't know if you know this. You probably don't because you're not a dad yet. But when you have a kid who's young, you don't get a lot of sleep. And it's hard to form sentences.
Without a lot of sleep.
I'll let you know that, yes.
Yeah.
Just a little dad tip.
Unfortunately, I haven't been sleeping so well recently as well. So,
yeah.
You know, a little rough. Words are hard, you know?
Yeah.
And sleep is good for you. I'm saying this not just to you, but just to the gamers out there.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like it's one of these things where, like...
As gamers ourselves who don't sleep well.
Yeah.
For a multitude of reasons.
Yeah. That's life. As a gamer, specifically.
Mm-hmm. It's generally going to make you feel better sleeping. Physically, mentally. It's a good idea. Also, check your posture, you know, stay hydrated.
Yep, posture check. Stay hydrated. You got the water on hand?
Yes, I do. I have my leg crossed, though. That's supposedly pretty bad for your posture.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have my leg crossed. Okay, I've now uncrossed it.
All right.
Sitting up straight.
We got good posture.
Yep.
We're ready to go.
We're locked in. We're ready for this game to take off. And hopefully, you know, hopefully DNF, even like 5 minutes of hope would be, I think it'd mean a lot to the fans. 5 minutes where you're thinking, hey, they could win this. Before it all comes crashing down.
Hey, maybe they were able to figure it out in 10 minutes. Our space didn't give them that credit. They said, I don't think you can fix these issues in 10 minutes. Perfect is taking a huge amount of damage. He's not in kill range, but still a large chunk. He's got a potion, 2 nerfed biscuits. But
I think part of the reason why they didn't think they could slow down 10 minutes is because they've had, you know, like a month and a half, and they're still struggling. So, okay, Dragon not going to be picked up by KT here. DNF, you don't need to fight it. It's okay, just let it go. Remember what happened last time? That wasn't good. Don't do it again.
Obviously, you know, you can conclude from that that fighting for dragons is bad, and so they shouldn't do it.
Lean by experience.
Oh, no. Flash on in, and now we got Peter coming up, and Bulldog is in a bunch of trouble. They don't quite have the damage, but one take might do it. Yes, they do have the damage. Peter takes the kill, and there you go.
A last auto attack from BDD making all the difference there. Able to get just enough damage onto Bulldog and making him pay the lack of flash that they've been earlier from that gank from Cuz. Good moves from the side of KT.
That's definitely what you have to do. Nice to see Peter out on the map. It definitely felt like Bulldog did not think he was in any danger. You know, he's like, okay, they just did the dragon, but, you know, I should be fine. But he gets flashed on, and it's Rise, so.
Yeah, flashing to find the angle. And then he does put the W down that does stun Peter, but Peter fortunately just gets out of tower range before it really does too much.
Aha!
There you go. A lot of people commenting that we got to see BDD's smile after their last win against DK, and yeah, we do see it once again. BDD having a much better time. He's the one player on the squad that's had a great LCK throughout all of it. KT were struggling huge, big time. Perfect got subbed out. Duckdom got subbed out. Did Peter get subbed out as well?
I think he only got subbed in.
Yeah, he got subbed in for Wei, which we don't talk about him anymore. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was a lot of hype around him, and hype.
Yes, hype was around him when they won the team together.
That's true. That's a good one.
Thank you.
But, yeah. So he got subbed out. Peter came in, and he's been here ever since. And speaking of which, Peter is back, this time in the top lane, with Duckdom and Life and Berserker all hanging around, getting ready for the grubs to spawn.
I think it's just going to end up being a slow game, say tentatively.
You don't have to be too tentative. It's still the LCK.
Yeah, but I'm just waiting for the moment where, oh, here it is.
Okay, here it is. The flash over the wall, and Life is in a lot of trouble. Gets engaged on, spinning on both of them. Berserker hits the plant, and it's not enough to get him out here. The Impale comes through, just desperation, as the Chaos Storm might be able to take out Cuz, but he just dashes over to the grubs here, and he will survive. That's already 3 kills over to KT in this game, and it's going to be a 4th. Pyosik trying to get through the wall, but he's not going to get away from the Jin. And there you go, KT taking another big fight.
It just works every time you say, I think it's going to be a slow game. Immediately, something happens.
Yeah.
It never fails. KT, really proactive play there. Able to find a good angle with the Realm Warp as well. And despite having summoners available, the DNF spot lane die very quickly. And Pyosik follows, so... Not looking to... I mean... Maybe they can go and get chicken sandwiches after the series. That's the takeaway. Life, the thing is, it's not just the fact he's clearing his control ward, but he's positioning so aggressively as he does it. And Berserker's there to back him up, and then Pyosik comes in to back them up, and it just turns from, you know, Life was like mispositioned there, and it just becomes so much more extreme. Like, I've seen supports die for control wards, but this feels like a game is lost for control ward.
Yeah. Maybe it's a bit of, you know, teams lost confidence and everybody's saying, okay, if one guy goes in, everybody has to support. We got to be on the same page. And then the one guy goes in on a really bad moment, and everybody's like, well, we got to go in.
What are they reading? Because I honestly think DNF need a new book. You know, whatever they're reading, it's just, it's not going well. Something a little bit more bright and optimistic.
That would be nice. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that here for this series, at least. Yeah. Maybe Bro's got something for Hama Life Esports later tonight.
And it's just, you know, if DNF lose today, I mentioned this earlier, but their next matches, they play Nongshim, who is a tough opponent. Then they play Genji, then they play HLE. So if they lose and go 0-11, odds are they're gonna. It doesn't get easier. It gets a lot harder. It gets way, way harder. KT was there for this week and next week. KT was the easiest opponent. If you're losing to your easiest opponent, it's not looking positive.
Yeah, the odds are you're not going to have a good time for the next couple of weeks. But at least KT is trending up. Perhaps, well, I was going to say perhaps they can feel good about that, but I don't think there's much to feel good about on the side of DNF. As junglers hanging around mid, DNF, Yoshi trying to come in here and steal some Raptors. Peter was on a ward, so trying to go for a similar play, but also Bulldog has flash, so not going to happen there.
Looking maybe for Perfect in the top lane, but he does this. It's really a smart strategy where he just walk away.
Yeah, I mean, his team is taking the Drake, so...
Yeah, he's kind of like, hey, I don't need to do anything here. And he'll just recall.
Just live and back. If only we could teach all the solo queuers out there about that strategy.
No, they wouldn't get it.
They never do. Trinity Force finished for Cuz. He is already in a really good spot. No Roa yet for BDD, but he'll have it soon.
They do have the feats of strength as well. Boots of super swiftness for Duckdam. He's going to be running fast. And I just, you know, DNF have a lot of CC, a lot of engaged tools. Just find someone and kill them. That's all you need to do.
Well, maybe an opportunity here. This is Leona, but Peter is extremely deep. He's really testing himself in this game as he takes a giant Q3, and he's still going to get away, and he goes back in! He's like, no, I was never in any danger. Baits DNF and gets KT another kill. And now we got Bulldog in a rough spot here. He's going to land his stun down, but yeah, it's not a great gank from Yorick, of all champs.
You know what? Now at least there's solidarity. Everyone in DNF has the same scoreline, so at least that's something.
I'm glad you can look on the bright side of life here. We are currently on perfect game pace.
Well, I was looking on the bright side of all of DNF, not just life.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, I do it to Chronicler all the time, but then you do it to me, and I'm like, now I know how it feels.
Yeah. Throws you off a little bit.
I don't know if KT... They might just perfect game here. Although DNF did get some turret plates, so... There are some people out there that will argue.
Yeah, there's some people who will say that because DNF actually have board items and have CS, that it's not a perfect game. You know, I just think you're being unrealistic. I think you have to give some... I think plates is fine. But yeah, this is so weird, because look, Yoshik ults and pulls him out of the chains. There's just some anti-synergy going on here. You know, it feels like these two just weren't on the same page. So I think it's something we've said about DNF about 600 times.
Yeah, almost as many games as Cuz has played.
Also, maybe as many pages in the book.
Yeah.
That we're talking about.
See how many pages BDD's book has when he eventually buys one. That's kind of all I'm thinking about in this game. And again, you know, you look at the scoreline, you look at the scoreboard, it doesn't feel like the game is donezo, but based on, you know, the way that has been going between these two teams and the way that game one looked, can't really blame us for feeling a certain way. Kind of surprised there hasn't been much action in the top lane, but...
There was something I did want to say. So since we got the changes in this patch,
yeah,
with there no longer being two sets of grubs, with objectives being desynced a bit, a lot easier to get a perfect game now. You know?
Yeah. True.
I think we went through a period.
You don't randomly lose a dragon or a set of grubs.
But the thing is as well, if people were saying, oh, one grub counts.
It doesn't.
But if people were saying that,
yeah,
it's a lot easier to get the full 3 and be done with it. You're not trading grubs for dragon and things like that.
Yeah.
We probably went through the period where like the perfect game was the hardest. Because even if you say one grub doesn't count, fair enough, I kind of agree. But like a full set of grubs, I think you wouldn't be a perfect game if they got a full set, you know?
Yeah.
If they got contribution to a feat of warfare, I wouldn't think that...
Feat of strength.
Feat of strength, sorry. I wouldn't think that it would be a perfect game. But this is in line with it. This is still possible to be a perfect game. Plates don't count. I will die.
And perfect's in the game.
He is.
So
perfect game?
It can be a perfect game.
Yes.
I don't know if perfect's gotten a perfect game before.
Probably not. There's not that many perfect games happen.
Yeah.
It's like asking if a player's got a pentakill. A lot of players haven't got pentakills. I mean, that came up the other day because Faker got his second pentakill.
Yeah.
Which is like such a weird... You would never... Like, the assumption is that Faker's had multiple pentakills.
Yeah.
The fact he'd only had one before that in his career is kind of crazy. I will say, though, playing AD carry is kind of a cheat code for getting pentakills because the existence of Zeri and Jinx.
Smolder.
Oh, man.
Remember when everyone was getting a pentakill like once a week?
Yeah.
At the very least, because Smolder was very meta?
In order of roles, AD carry, definitely the easiest.
Yeah.
Then probably mid.
Mid, yeah.
Then top. Then jungle. Then support.
Yeah.
Support is just so far in the bin, it's not even funny.
It's pretty difficult to get a pentakill on Leona.
Not if you build this way. You know, maybe a bit of favor of battle. You know, back in the day. Pyroshik is trying to... Is it a perfect game if he steals enemy blue buff?
No.
We don't have to worry about that because he didn't.
Yeah. He did not. There is a dragon up for the taking.
Yeah, he ain't taking that.
Well, you know, they got the pushing bot. You got Bulldog moving into the river. Pyroshik's around. Maybe an opportunity here.
Potentially. We'll see. We'll keep tabs on it. Everyone's behind, though, at the moment. Biggest lead is in the jungle right now because 1.6k gold ahead. Peter has... See, here's the thing. Peter's got a 700 gold lead, but if you look at his items, none of those items are going to get you a pentakill. I'm sorry, Peter, but...
He's not moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I think you could have built, like, maybe a little bit more aggressive. I remember you'd see a lot of lower elos Leonas build Sunfire first.
Yeah.
Like every game. All the time. I don't think
it does match your theme.
I don't think it'd get you a pentakill, but it'd put you closer. Doctam did just miss a cannon, so...
Oh, the engage. Okay, Life says, I'm taking it into my own hands, but Peter gets in front of the Chain of Corruption, and that'll be the end of that. And Life took a massive amount of damage on the backside of that play, so I applaud the effort. And actually, the follow-up was pretty quick, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Peter was able to body block. They got the cleanse from Doctam, but nothing else. They didn't even get Flash. If they got Flash, maybe there's something. But even then, I don't think they can fight the Dragon without the tools that they end up burning. The Varus and the Nautilus hold very high value. And the Nautilus Flash, so...
Bulldog is hiding on turret. Says, well, if they're going to dive you here, I've got your back. They don't seem to be diving him here, although, let's see. And Peter could get something going. We did have BDD making his way down. They definitely want to siege the turret at the very least.
It's gone. It's gone. It's very gone.
Free grubs. You got the Maven. Yorick exists. Hook onto Leona. They're going to go in onto Dudu, actually, who does have to flash away. Perfect in a bit of trouble. Cuz just going to dodge that one as the clone gets hit by it, but that's not the right target. And down will go Berserker as well, just being shot from a mile away. And, well, it's not a clean ace this time. We did have 3 clean aces in game 1. So I guess, well, did I speak too soon? Yeah, I spoke too soon. Sorry, guys. That's going to be a clean ace going the way of KT Rolster. I really didn't want KT to do it to them, but in fact, they just had to go and do it to them.
And I do have some important information that I've been provided with. 6 supports are known to have recorded pentakills. All 6 as Pyke.
Huh. That makes a lot of sense.
The first ever support pentakill was Ayla in the OCS 2018 playoffs. You know, the fight happened. I think, unfortunately, not able to catch Cuz and got his clone with the ult. And then he comes back in with his ult. And, yeah, anyway. Fight's done.
Good analysis. Good breakdown.
Yeah, so there's also some controversy. You know, we were talking about the controversy of a perfect game earlier. But Jest Kree Max in the LCL 2019 summer, and arguably this was not a true support pentakill as a recorded bot laner. Lodic built a support item, and he did not. However, as his listed position was support, it is counted as such.
So it's like a Senna game?
So maybe what you do is you just say, okay, let's put Gumayushi support and put carry 80 carry in quotation marks.
Yeah.
And then Guma plays Jinx and gets a pentakill, and you're like, yes,
You know,
it's a support pentakill.
We would have the graphic ready where it's like first support Jinx in the LCK. We would put it up because officially that's the way it works.
That'd be some goofy shenanigans. Also, shout out to Accorda in the Ultraliga 2nd Division Season 5 playoffs. Zere in the Ultraliga 2nd Division Season 6 promotion. A lot of Ultraliga support pentakills. Bunny in the LDL 2024 Split 1. And Rexat in the NLC 2025 promotion. Those are all the support pentakills.
All right.
And again, Pyke is the champion that unlocks
He's
this.
trying to TP away. They're going to try to deny the perfect game from Perfect himself. Oh! They will be able to do it. They take down Perfect, and they deny the perfect game. And BDD comes over just to die. And yes, well, he did get Berserker.
And they get a turret as well.
But it's good for DNF.
Yep, they are now only 7,000 gold behind. Oh,
Thank you for that tidbit of optimism.
They lost the turret. Okay, 7.5k gold behind. You can see trying to use the Ghoulie wall to get himself away. CC lands, able to take him out. Not so perfect anymore, eh?
Yeah.
And the
Perfect,
Berserker gets
not
aggro
perfect.
and just gets popped. Very funny.
Yeah. Not really sure how he managed that. But he did.
Well, he was under the tower and he started hitting BDD.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
You know? You know, honestly, I feel like... So Pyke is obviously the big one. It said all the pentakills of supports are Pyke.
Yeah.
But also during the era where we had like Senna plus, you know, like another champion. Yeah. Like Senna Wukong was a thing. I feel like that would be a plausible era. We didn't obviously see any. You know, we got the stats. But that's more plausible than like, say, a pentakill on Leona. The problem is we just don't get that many mages in the bot lane. Back in the time when like Zyra support was a thing, or if we ever saw like a Vel'Koz support, that's a pentakill champion.
Xerath.
Xerath, a little bit harder to get a penna on. I mean, to be fair, I say Vel'Koz is a pentakill champion by support standards, I mean. It's not like a Jinx or a Smolder or a Zeri, right? It's not a Katarina or a Master Yi. But for support standards, like if you're picking champions to get a pentakill on after Pyke, I think Vel'Koz is pretty high up in the standings.
So, okay, they're just going over to deny the Cloud Soul, but they're just going to lose their base instead. And Cuz might steal it as well.
Look.
I mean, I guess you got to take what you can get. It's just mid inhibitor for now. Let's see how it does work. Cuz going to be spotted here, but he's in and he's going to steal it away. Of course he does. It's Cuz. You can't deny that, and they all got over in time to fight for this one. Berserker getting pretty low, and he will be taken out here. Cuz going very deep. It's not a perfect game anymore, so he's not worried about his KDA. And, you know, Ducktom got a bit low there. Nearly died to doo-doo. Meanwhile, Perfect's not even here. He doesn't have TP. He's pushing mid. He's ending the game. And it's a fantastic steal. BDD and Peter trying to get this done here against Doodoo and Bulldog.
Oh, BDD?
Duckdom also getting in the mix as Perfect. Yes, he is ending the game for you guys who couldn't see the minimap.
This is a Yorick fantasy right now. I'm gonna be real.
He's going to end the game. The fans go wild. And KT will get the 2-0 tonight.
Not a perfect game, but it was a good game for Perfect. And KT, a convincing 2-0. I think after the defeat they gave to D+, not too much of a surprise they took down DNF in this fashion, but for DNF, it's a rough day, and it's only going to get rougher with the upcoming schedule. The question still is there to be answered, will they get a win in this season of the LCK? I mean, they will likely end up going into Rise Group, and that will redeem it. But round 1 and 2 looking pretty rough. I mean, round 1 is done. Round 2 looking pretty rough, and yeah, not looking to get any easier. But KT, you know, a big day for Cuz with his 600th game coming through, and really on the up and up. You know, this roller coaster's rising, and you can't see the decline yet. It's only, you're just seeing the sky ahead of you as it goes up towards it.
You have no idea when it's going to end. And you talked a lot about DNF's next matches. KT will go up against Humalife Esports in their next match. So that is a real test You know, KT, they defeated DK, and now they've taken out DNF, who are also pretty much defeated. So High Life Esports, you know, will it end there, or will they actually put up a good fight?
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can lose to HLE and still feel positive about it if you put up a good fight. Even if it's a 2-0, if you're putting up a good fight, you can still come out of that and be like, you know what, we put in a good effort. HLE are a very strong team, but then they do face Bro later that week. And if they lose to Bro, that might be the end of the momentum. So, you know, we're hoping
the Bro-mentum.
Yeah, for KT, for the KT fans, we're hoping they continue this trajectory. Perfect. I think it's safe to say, if you stay on the roster, he's been a fantastic addition. And Peter as well, I think, has really made a big impact coming together in this roster. Considering how doom and gloom things were for KT earlier in the season, a big turnaround. And with that 2-0, they do end up tying for 6th with BFX. They both have -3 game score with a, well, I guess BFX are 5 and 6 because they haven't played yet. The KT have the same wins, same game score.
Yes, we'll see if BNK can catch up to them from behind if KT continues on the streak. Yeah, I mean, there was a game that did happen. It did kind of feel like one of those games you didn't really want to talk about. Because KT got ahead, and then they got really far ahead, and then they swung a giant hammer into their enemies.
Why would they do that? They didn't even play pop.
They just had a hammer available.
I feel like that's the roughest one when they grab the clone.
Yeah, that's just really bad feels. It's kind of like where you feel like, okay, it can't go worse from here, and then it does.
Look, we've all done it. We've all flashed onto a Nico clone before,
Speak
or something
for
like
yourself.
that.
I'm perfect, actually.
No, you're not. Perfect? That's perfect.
Yeah, that's me. I was playing. You didn't see?
I don't think so. This isn't perfect, though. No, it's perfect, but it's not, because it's not a perfect game, so it's not a perfect.
Yeah.
In that sense, it's not perfect, but it is perfect.
Now we know why there's so many Chemtech souls. Because Ox is never paying attention.
우리 정면 갔어?
Excuse me?
이거 앞에 먹었다.
It is pretty, I'm not going to say easy, but
It's pretty, the Rift is pretty. I
it's
agree.
easier than most jungler matchups as Wukong to steal away from a Skarner. So I'll give that to Pioshik. I'll say, you know, it wasn't the easiest smite battle. Because Wukong could just go thwack and smite at the same time.
Yes, you can do that. Thank you for your...
Yeah.
I'm just sad that people didn't get to see you do the gesture. The gesture.
Yeah. I can
Maybe
do it
when
later.
when the camera comes back,
Yeah, I can do it later.
You can display.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And, you know, they're fighting, you know, talking a lot about the fight. They weren't fighting about the fight. They were talking about it, discussing it, and they're like, oh, well, the game's over anyway. PDD most damage in the game. And it wasn't a perfect game. 5 kills in a tower. Did go over to DNF.
It wasn't perfect. Oh, sorry, it wasn't a hit. Perfect was in the game, but it wasn't a perfect
He was,
game.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm getting a little confused.
Easy to get mixed up with that
Yeah,
one.
very easy to get mixed up.
It's okay, Ox. You need to get a little bit more sleep,
Don't we all?
and you'll be able to figure that one out.
Is there anyone? I mean, there must be some people, but there can't be that many people in the world who are like, I get enough sleep, you know? I feel like we all do with a
There
little.
are some.
There are some, but rare.
Chronicler generally gets enough sleep. Babies, sometimes. But a lot of times, babies do not sleep enough. So Cuz is going to pick this one up. He only died once.
You say Chronicler gets enough sleep, but I corrupt him and make him stay up and play games.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, because it is, because 600th win gets the POM, and this is what he did, you got to demonstrate it.
Isn't it pretty good? It's pretty much like Wukong. Yeah.
What do you mean, pretty much? It is Wukong.
No, I'm perfect. I'm not Wukong.
We have another
guys,
series to cast.
Yeah. Did you put in your comment, though?
No, I'm about to.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm very curious what you do have to say about Cuz and his POM this time around and the comment about it. That's why it's called a comment. Nicely coined by Chronicler himself.
Yeah. You know, Chronicler, he occasionally has some good ones.
Yeah.
You know, once every couple of years.
I really like the Zeal, the Zeus reel. That was good on the space.
Yeah.
I felt good about that one.
But he might just be saying Dutch things. And
Yeah, it might
don't
mean
know.
something really wrong and we just have no idea. And I called it a Zeal on broadcast multiple times. Chronicler could do that.
That is a Chronicler move.
Maybe he's really conniving and just none of us knew it. You know?
What do you mean none of us? I always
really
bring this
nice
up. He's really sneaky when it comes.
Look at him! Look at him! Stroking his chin? That's what a conniving person would do.
You know, he had a mustache last year. And
He did, yeah.
He looked like
knew it.
he was like evil Chronicler. But then
Yeah.
he shaved it, but he's still the same guy. What does that mean?
he was corrupted by the mustache.
Yes.
All right, well, guys, we didn't have anything to say about the game and not much else to say after that either. We do have the interview ready to go. Let's hop over to that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Cuz on the side of KT Rolster. Following the win against D+ Kia last match, you got your second consecutive victory, and this is your first POM. How do you feel? I think we had a pretty good, clean match, and getting POM and also celebrating my 600th game makes me so happy. Please give it up for Cuz. You're able to commemorate your 600th game with a victory. And in game 1, you guys picked the Nidalee Alistair Yone, the same comp that you guys played last match, and displayed a great performance once again. So what about this comp did you rate highly? I think Nidalee is definitely something that our team likes to utilize. And as long as we don't make a mistake, we knew that we would be able to easily take that win, so we went ahead and took the same comp again. And your spear with Nidalee has such high accuracy, so how are you so good with Nidalee? I think maybe the observer probably just showed moments where I hit my spears often. Maybe that's why it looks like I'm hitting my spear a lot. But I think as long as I'm able to get good vision, and when I look at my opponents very closely, I'm able to hit them based on their movements. And both games 1 and 2 were quite dominant. And the game time for both of them was 26 minutes and 24 minutes, which was quite speedy. So how are you able to end so quickly? I think each of my solo laners, actually all of my laners, were able to take prio in their own lane, and I think everyone being able to stay on the same page made it so much easier to end the game so quickly. And this recent patch made a lot of difference in the jungle, and the Void Grub patch, now that it spawns at 8 minutes and does not respawn, what are your thoughts? You know, the Void Grub used to spawn at the same time the dragon did, and it used to spawn 2 times, so it actually had more. It put more on my plate to just keep track of. So I think in the end, the new patch actually benefits me as a jungler. I've been really seeing a lot of pros from this and taking a lot from this. And game 2 was again your 600th game. So for your 600th and onwards to reach 700th game, what kind of performance would you like to show? You know, I think I'm really grateful for the opportunity in itself, and I just want to become a better person in the end. Looking forward to your amazing career ahead of you. Thank you so much, and that's the end of the interview with Cuz. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Cuz with the nice 600 games here, getting the victory for KT, who are on the ascendancy, but I do think it was more of like one of these actions, you know? It was more like this happened.
Maybe not Duck Dom, but the other ones, yeah.
Okay, which one's Duck Dom? It's this one. All right, here, ready? Watch.
There's 2 Duck
Woo!
Doms.
Okay, there we go.
Because you had the top one angled like it was.
No, top is top. You know what it is. All right, so it was 8 out of 13. Yeah. Soup and Chijijik with the BDD votes, as well as one of our analysts, but mostly going for Cuz.
I thought Cuz had a really good game too. I thought his game 1, it could have been almost anybody in game 1 because it was just that kind of stomp. Game 2, I think Cuz had a lot more impact on the stomp. Like his Wukong ults were really good. He both engaged really well, but also defended his teammates in a lot of scrappy skirmishes. The story of this series is, in part, KT is now on a bit of a streak. They're back in form. But otherwise, it was about the other team is really just not getting...
Yeah, I'm just not going to talk about DNF.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
No, we don't have to. It's fine.
Well,
we just we just don't.
All right.
There was a lot to like.
Roll the comments. Roll the comment time.
want to give credit. I know I was the only voter. I don't care. Peter, to me, is the reason that KT is winning again. Everything flows from this. The moment that he came in for Wei, which I still can't believe Wei wasn't good. We were really hyping him up. But ever since Peter came in, I think this team has looked better. And now they're slowly actually starting to come into fruition. But I feel like he's the beating core of this team together with BDD.
His smile is the light that lights up their spirits. And for me, on the BDD vote, the spirits of KT are bottles of BDD Classic that have been lit up by
It's a 1-2, baby!
Can you just imagine the bottle with no label, Peter's smile, you could see it through. And it's like a little bit fish-eyed because of the bottle, but it's actually a little bit creepy and scary.
Yeah, this sounds like a little like Thresh's Lantern or something.
Yeah. Maybe this one didn't work out as well.
It's kind of getting away from us. I feel like our original concept was very cute.
It was a good idea. BDD's Yone in Game 1 was pretty dominant, and in Game 2 his Realm Warps are pretty good. I thought you really could have voted for almost anyone. I don't think Perfect or Duckdom, but everyone else made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I really liked the performance of specific BDD, as we've been talking about from the beginning of the year, has just been exceptional. But it goes back again to, for me, jungle support is so important how the team fights play out, and I think that that's where you saw the biggest gap today, because I think Peter was light years ahead of life, and then Cousin BDD, no competition there either.
Yeah, great job, Peter and BDD. But let's get to the man who won it. It was Cuz. Congratulations on 600 games. Here's to 600 more.
A narrative voter?
Okay.
Yeah, get in there, Connie.
So I think the vote is fine, but if you want to slander me for bad comments, you can't make basic comments like this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we can agree on that.
I agree.
I'm not.
He didn't even
I
show
know
up
he
to
already
defend
left.
himself.
I'm okay with him making comments like this. That's fine. But if he's gonna make a career out of slandering me, I gotta step it up.
That's right.
Gotta step it up. It's not good enough.
Changed up and said like 400 more to make it to 1,000 or something. He just kind of kept it the same number. I don't know.
That's some
Congrats
sausage.
to Cuz though on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not digging on this comment specifically, but if that's your thing, then you gotta step it up.
Yeah. Well, any time that we get to see angry Cronny, the chin stroking Cronny.
That's conniving Cronny. That one's even scarier.
I like conniving Cronny. Let's get to the Korean.
Not real.
Right.
Nor is scary. But
I heard that I'm the POM today. Is that for real?
That's kind of like what I thought when I saw the palm.
Oh,
I get it.
Oh, got it.
He's like, really?
This really? It's me, the Cuz gesture. It was you. Congratulations. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, okay. That was it.
There were a lot of
Good job, Helios.
no comments on this series. So we had a clip.
We have one.
Apparently, Chronicler sneakily pulled a clip.
I gotta pull a clip.
He pulled a clip. It was actually in our clip chat. I didn't even notice it.
This is just to further my agenda. None of you were ready, but this is the look at him go. Look at that Hex Flash. He already had put Hex Flash on cooldown, and then you might be like, Chronicler, this is a fight like 7 minutes in. Yeah, but this is where they won the game. I mean, and my boy started it.
The thing is, there's no vision for DNF at all, so they have no idea where anyone is, and so clearing that ward is just not safe. And with the engage range that KT has, with the Wukong ultimate available, you just can't do that, or you're going to lose more than just your Leona, or your Nautilus rather, who's trying to clear the ward. Because they have the follow-up Leona, they have the Jhin, like you can't win these skirmishes, you can't even clear that vision. And so don't try it.
I didn't even request a Peter zoom-ins. That's just our producing team being very based. I gotta love it.
They've always been based, yeah.
Shout out to you, Ndo. Great job zooming in on Peter. I just love being able to say that whenever I can. All right, any thoughts here on DNF before we turn the page?
No, we don't, Degon.
We do, but we're not going to say them.
No,
it's
see you next match.
And I think I'm with Meme a lot. I think their issue with DNF is that and we've seen this in the past, this team has no confidence. They're better than this, they're just not playing like it. So there's nothing that really we can say, because it will just feel like punching down. Even with teams that have struggled before, like some of the losses for DRX, some of the losses for Bro, it feels like we can learn lessons, we can talk about them, we see the team improving. For DNF right now, everyone knows what they look like, and unless the team gets a big mental reset, this is going to keep happening, and it's going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, they have to be able to do two things, right? One is to figure out how to fix their problems, but also not get like lost and depressed and in the big hole, the depression zone along the way. You have to fix the problems, but you also have to like stay stable to be able to fix them. And I think those are two really tall tasks right now for this team, but I don't think it's impossible, and I think with the right coaching direction, maybe this could be solved. It's going to take a while, though.
A lot of tough stuff there for the DN Automotive Freaks. KT, they're flying high. You know who else is flying high? The Bro fans, because the Bro waiting room, just a little bit longer. They're up against Hanwha Life Esports, who are pretty good. We'll see if this one turns out to be a good one or not. They could already feel the cope from me happening. We'll see you in just a little bit.
수원에서 진행된 LCK 로드쇼 11번째 북발 실패 T1 아는 그 고점으로 향하는 2라운드 첫 걸음 한 걸음 제대로 내딛습니다.
이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. 정말 처절한 서로 한치의 양보 없는 강팀들끼리 대결이 중요하겠죠.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
이런 매치 어떻게 할래?
밀린 것 같은데요?
주요 오브젝트를 먹고 있는 농심 레드포스의 진영만 보입니다. 지금도 마찬가지입니다.
바드 뛰어볼래? 궁 쓰면서 바드공으로 바로 널려야 될 듯?
픽은 찍고 한번 쳐낸다. 와, 바뀌는 없습니다. 하늘이 버리시라니까.
어떻게 이기냐? 그냥 잘 해보자. 레드 지키자. W 대다. 야 이거 여기 뿌릴게. 빨리 먹어. 한 번 더 얻을 수 있어. 가면. 나궁 25초. 쓰면 안 돼? 안 되네.
아니 저거 이거 거라.
말괄량이 레드.
다시 들어봐. 들자. 와봐. 먹었다.
갈라스케.
HLE 나옵니다. SK 데뷔.
예, 중계석에도 왕자가 있는데 경기장에도 왕자가 있고.
예.
가보자고요. 레이지 삐루. 레이지 삐. 왕자? 야? 저기 왕자 2 있어 저쪽도. 프린스? 아이 모건이 형. 아 베트남의 아들.
돌아온 베트남 왕자 우리 팀에 있는 거 아니야?
베트남 프린스 미러전이네.
예. 야. 선이 가는 중. 나이스. 들리네 우리 팀. 점프. 궁은 돌 때? 오케이 오케이. 자 와지르 너티. 야 영준아 이거는 진짜 그냥 불 끄고 쏘았어. 버즈. 형 한대 형 버즈. 나한테. 뭔 말하는 거야? 누가 형? 버거. 어차. 버거. 버즈. 형 한대 형 버거. 나한테. 아, 뭐 화면 멈췄다고? 아, 버즈. 아, 문대기 하나 했네. 아니야, 안 돼요. 왜 또? 왜 버즈 안 해줘? 응? 버즈 왜 안 해줘? 아니, 나 못 알아들었어. 야, 못 알아들었어. 나 뭐 버그라는 줄 알았어. 나한테. 나는 알리스타 그냥 개 버그처럼 못한다 해가지고 그런 거 같아. 근데 일로 안 하는 것처럼. 야, 퍼즈. 버즈. 퍼즈.
웃는 거 보니까 굉장히 쑥스러운 이유인가? 레이지 필?
그리고 뭔가 좀 해결이 되는 것 같은 분위기?
아, 버즈. 야, 한국어 공부하라 했다. 좀 말라 했는데. 버즈 해줘 라고 하면 되지. 버즈 해줘. 오케이.
Because from beyond the past, the seed is sown, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? feel the tears. Pray I reappear tomorrow.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're going into the second match of the night. Hopefully better than the first one, where DNF unfortunately kind of just fell over and KT took the 2-0. Now we're moving on to Bro versus Hama Life Esports. And again, Hama Life should be very favored in this one, but Bro, you never know what to expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I went into today being like, I can see the... No, I went in the start of the week, I looked at today and I saw the lines, but there was definite favorites. I think that's the clear established thing. Series 1, the lines were in there. They vanished. Someone rubbed them out, okay?
Yeah.
But Series 2, it's still not looking good. But, you know, it's not impossible. I think that's the thing I'm trying to say. But it is not looking too likely. Right now, HLE, the only team they have lost to is Gen G, and that was right at the start of the season. They have not lost since that first matchup against Gen G, who also haven't lost. There can't really be a better track record than that, other than Gen G's, obviously. And Bro, who have been struggling. And the thing is, even though they're 4-7, and if you compare that, KT are 5-7, it's only one win more. Big difference in game score. You know, Bro struggling to get even as many games as teams like KT or BFX on the board. And that's why I see this being a little bit of a struggle. So, yeah, we'll see what they can do.
It definitely should be. I think that right now in the LCK we have a tier above everyone else, and only Gen G and Hama Life Esports exist up there. That's what I was trying to say. Everybody else is behind them. Even T1, who are in third, it does feel like there is a relatively large gap between Hama Life and T1 at the moment, but we'll see when those two do face off against each other. Bro on a 9-match, 12-game loss streak against Hama Life Esports. Bro has failed to stop the orange tank for 2 years.
Yeah, so that means that for the last 6 series, it's been 2-0s.
Yes.
Haven't even gotten a game. And obviously, Delight, former a Bro.
Bro talent.
Yeah, definitely putting the hair down on his old team. But, you know, there's only one thing that can really overcome a gulf like this, and that's Bro tax.
Yes. Get out there, guys. By the way, this says new General Kronko. It's actually Commander Kronko, and Peanut is not Commander. He is the Nut God. So
yeah,
a little bit off on those ones, but that's okay. Jungler's facing off for the first time in 665 days.
This is why it's important for us to be here. You know, Commander Kronko and Nut God Peanut.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we just call him Nut God. You know, you don't need to say Nut God Peanut. I think that it's fully inclusive. Yeah, I think Morgan has had some rough series recently. Going up against Zeus.
Yeah, you're gonna have to ban. You're gonna have to ban Jace because Morgan doesn't play it, and obviously Zeus is probably the best Jace player we have here in Korea. So that's got to be like
sometimes
box number 1 we got to take.
Sometimes with Zeus, you can just remove words. Like you said, he's the best Jace player. You can just remove the word Jace.
Well, I don't think he's the best player right now in Korea. I think Chovy is better than him at the moment.
Best top laner, I guess.
Yeah.
But
he is the best top laner. He is also the best top lane Jace player.
That is true.
If I wanted to add extra words into that. Bro do have Closer. Maybe Closer can get something going. We've always said that Closer and Zeka have very similar play styles. You know, they like to play the melee assassins. Both of them have widened their champion pools over the years, which has been nice to see. And that's actually going to be our key player matchup here. Closer, second place for damage percentage. You know, obviously, sometimes that's a fake stat where it's like, oh, the rest of the team isn't performing, but I do think that Closer actually has the play to back up the stats.
The funniest one is kill participation. So it looks like Zeka's 10th, Closer's fish. Like, whoa,
Closer's crushing him.
But Zeka has the most solo kills. What this is just saying is that the rest of HLE is doing a lot of killing, right? Zeka's not always there. He's doing his own killing. And then Closer, not much happens on Bro without him. He is a large portion of this team, whereas Zeka, he is just a cog in the tank.
He's one of the wheels, I think.
He's the threads,
you know? Yeah, which part is Zeka actually? Is he like the gun? What do you call the gun of the tank?
Like the cannon?
Yeah. Is it a cannon? Is like the
barrel
gun a cannon? Maybe it's a barrel.
I don't know.
That sounds more correct. Both of us not very...
you know what? I feel like in this split so far, Viper's
military
been,
people.
You know, one of the little guns on the side.
Yeah.
He's been one of those, you know, hasn't been the main cannon, but he's been like, you know, doing his thing. Maybe the wheels, the treads is more like Peanut and Delight.
Yeah. They get that tank moving.
Yeah.
They move the tank.
They definitely do.
Delight is the treads, Peanut's the little wheels in the middle.
Yeah, I think I think Viper's the side guns, Zeka is the body because he's the mid lane center, right? And then Zeus is the cannon.
That fits. You know, he plays a lot of Jace too.
Boom.
Boom.
Yeah, 100%.
I was gonna say like, you know, all the other players are like little pieces, and then Zeus is just the rest of the tank.
Yeah.
But that works too. You know, it's hard to say who the best player on this team is at the moment. It's probably Zeus, but I think they're all performing very highly at the moment.
I think that the thing is that Zeus is the best in his role, but I think like for example, being best in mid is very hard because Chovy exists. But Zeka is doing a fantastic job. Whereas I think Zeus is kind of, he's claiming that spot at the top right now, at least in most people's opinion. Keen obviously having also a fantastic season so far. But the meta, I think, really suiting what Zeus likes to do. Bringing out his own pocket picks as well with things like the Nidalee.
That was Delight Mom, by the way. Nice to see her coming down, supporting her son. Yeah.
Honestly, see her a decent amount here showing the support, which is very sweet.
Yes. Coming all the way from Yangsan. I don't even know where that is. I think it's a very small city near Busan. So there you go.
I know where Busan is.
Yeah. We'll be going there.
Exactly.
We will be going there. That's going to be a lot of fun.
And you know, I think
Bro be going there?
I think one of the teams playing in the series will probably be going there with us. Maybe not Bro.
Well, we don't know that yet.
We don't know for sure, but I'm just, you know what, this is what I like to call predicting, Brendan. The skill us analysts have, which you know, it's a skill I have, as you saw from my prediction for DNF in the previous series.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Skilled prediction.
I could have called you out so many more times, but it just wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
I just felt too bad for DNF. Like I said, first box to be checked is Jace ban, because you're never going to play it, and Zeus will play it.
Rumble ban, some respect towards Morgan on this one. Does mean that the Gwen priority pretty high with Jason Rumble taking off the cards. A couple of junglers taken out, and Fury still open and available. Often see that banned early on as well. Will be the Yone. This kind of feels like a staple ban against HLE because Zeka's so good in it, but also they can flex it top if needed. Talia and Neferi, I think, are the two big picks we often see banned, but also like Kalista Varus. Things we see often banned here. A lot open.
Yeah. I think Morgan's going to get a chance to play Gwen. We'll see what Zeus wants to play into that. As Poppy gets banned, that's another big pick that, you know, Croco could play that, but also Peanut's fantastic on it, but they're just going to ban it away. Now, do you have to go ahead and just lock in the Gwen? Well, Azir is also available, so they're going to take that instead.
Well, I think here, though, HLE just go Gwen Talia, right? I think they're pretty happy with that trade. Honestly, you don't even need to take the Talia now. You could go like Gwen Neferi if you wanted priority on that jungle pick. You could go Gwen Sejuani, which sounds very scary if HLE got the hands on that. Peanut, obviously an excellent tank player in the jungle, and also Gwen very good at proccing that passive. So we'll see what they opt to do. I think Gwen Talia would be like the safe kind of don't show your cards as early, but just secure the mid lane pick and be a bit more flexible. We'll see. I think especially with the Azir being taken, Talia's the obvious one, and you know, otherwise I would say Yone, but obviously it's banned, is what I expect Zeka to pick into it.
Yeah. It's also the Neferi kind of hanging in the balance. I don't think they necessarily want to pick it themselves, but they could. Looking at the Pantheon, actually. So Pantheon comes through. That should be for Peanut.
Yeah, so opted to go and secure that jungle before we go to the next rotation. I feel like the priority on Pantheon has risen up a decent amount in recent matches. One of that early pressure available. And now for Bro, what do they opt to go for in return? They go for the Ambessa. We've seen this matchup go badly many times before. The Varus is going to be locked in though. And here HLE, I presume they're going to go for a mid lane pick. Maybe not looking towards the clear. You know, Zeka definitely a Sylas specialist. We'll see if he opts to go in that direction. Not as big a fan.
Not the Corki, please.
Okay, yeah. Just Talia, and the Talia Pantheon combo. You know, we saw this played earlier today. We didn't. Well, we saw these two champions. We didn't see the combo working in unison. Hoping to see a bit more of that in this game.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. But this does mean that no jungle secured for Bro. HLE could really put some pressure down there. No AD carry secured for HLE, so looking to maybe ban away Ezreal from Viper, I think would be a decent call. Rom taken away as well. Frees up a little bit of the pool for Delight. Maybe just ban, I think Bro maybe ban Ezreal Alistar here. I wouldn't want to give Delight Alistar.
Yeah, I think you got to ban the Alistar. We were talking about it before, like the blind pick Alistar on R4 is so good.
Yep. And I think Ezreal just makes sense because Viper very good at the pick and also just hard to get onto. We've seen it do pretty well into Varus, especially if it is that on-hit Varus. Ezreal can just outrange. Sejuani ban comes through. You know, we talked about that a bit before as potentially pick for Peanut, but it does also pair well with that Ambessa and will be denied. The Neferi's still available though.
Yeah.
But I think maybe HLE with the Pantheon Talia, confident to play into the Neferi. You know, that combo not fun to play into as a squishier champion. And they go for the Rakan ban instead, so not looking to target Viper's Pool anymore, instead hammering away at Delight. But now the Kalista comes through. Remember, the Talia's on the side of HLE. The Poppy is banned as well.
Kalista is not.
Kalista has struggled recently, and yeah, that's the thing. With this counter-pick position, if you pick a melee champion, they're just going to slam Renata. If you pick a ranged champion, they can just go Nico. They have all the options right now.
Yeah. You can't ban everything. They are going to pick Trundle, though. And that's got to be in the jungle.
Well, no dashes. So not going to struggle that much against Talia in terms of that sense. The Pillar is very good against Kalista, though. Like, the Pillar completely shuts her down in fight. So I think that might be the thought process here. Also, in a fight against Pantheon, you know, you drain his AD, you can beat him in a longer fight.
Just take the Nico away.
I think it's actually a pretty heads-up play.
You don't lose.
Now, what is going to be paired with this Kalista? You're going to lose the poke battle. If you go the Renata, you're just going to get kind of bullied out. Maybe just go and engage support by yourself. Yes, Nico can harass you, but I think you're still going to be pretty fine with how things pan out. They go for the Renata, so they still end up going for it. Kalista and Renata are still very good in team fights, but I think lane's going to be a little bit rough. And the thing is, if you'd played a melee support, then at least in skirmishes, or if like a fight breaks out, you can start the fight. All you have is the handshake on the Renata.
Yeah.
You're kind of just going to be at the whims of it. It's some interesting picks from Bro. I didn't really like the early draft, but I actually think denying the Nico, picking the Trundle, it could make sense. Now, we haven't seen Trundle in a while. We're going to see how it pulls off, but it is legitimately very good into a mobile pick like the Talia. It's very good in the Kalista. And you can steal stats from the Gwen. One of the things with Gwen is when she's in her Shroud, she gets loads of extra free resistances. Those are Trundles now.
Very true. I've never been a big fan of Trundle in Pro. I think the idea behind it and the power of the Pillar is ridiculous. It's just a lot of teams, they kind of just get behind it and Trundle throws a pillar and it doesn't really do anything. Hoping that's not the case. I'm always a fan of bringing in some new picks and seeing how they go. Maybe it's a specific pick to deal with the Pantheon. We'll see about that jungle matchup as well. A lot of Bro fans coming down here hoping for the win.
I think especially, you know, this is what we hoped Fearless would bring, is people testing their champion pools more, being more willing to bring out things that are a little bit more niche. I think it's a decent angle for the Trundle. Maybe it's something Crockett's been practicing. We'll see whether he's able to pull it off here. If they are against HLE, it's still a very hard matchup.
Yeah, not going to be easy, but ready to be surprised if it does happen. We got Bro up against HLE. Let's hop onto the riff for game one.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
All right, game number one. Bro able to start on the blue side. HLE had to draft from red. And they might have to do it in game two as well. Same thing that KT did. I feel like even though a lot of our teams pick the blue side, I think the win rate is somewhat similar nowadays.
It's a lot more even than it was in LCK Cup.
Yeah.
It has balanced out a decent amount.
And finally, DK. It was DK, right? Who chose the red side, or was that KT? I think it was DK. Game two against Gen.G. Selected the red side. Lost anyway. But some teams are beginning to experiment.
That's the thing, especially as I feel like, you know, during the LCK Cup, we had like the Kalista, Skarner, which were like permabans. And yes, there are still some permaban champions at the moment, but there's a lot of power picks. It's impossible not to let something through.
Yeah.
I feel at the moment. And, you know, in this situation, the Azir's picked up, but the Gwen goes over. But then HLE still got a good matchup in the Azir, and they secure... I mean, I say a counter pick bot lane. They kind of picked into an unfavorable scenario, but they did have the choice to counter pick. You can see already Prio secured for Hype and Polu. So I doing a good job of getting some harass in return.
Yeah.
Playing around the shield, playing around those autos. But Viper not having as much fun.
Yeah, you're very low range on this Kalista. This isn't like the old times of a lethality Kalista where you get to bomb people from screens away.
And it is going to be lethality Varus from Hype, which I think is a decent call. A lot of squishy champions on this side may struggle to cut through Zeus, but I think with a Trundle and a Bess and Azir, you have teammates who can provide that.
Yeah, I don't think this Azir loss streak of 6 games really is there because of the champion. Even though you saw Showmaker twice on that list, and BDD.
I think part of the problem is that we're often seeing, oh no, Hype. He has no cleanse.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Comes in with the shield, and Hype is in a bunch of trouble, but he is just going to flash away, and he will be totally fine.
Great trade there, honestly, still for HLE. Take the flash of the AD carry and burn your own flash of support, but the route from Polo really good for ensuring there's no additional follow-up. I think if that hadn't connected, maybe they could have committed a bit more to secure the kill, but in the end, it's just a summon a burn. Not ideal, but not the end of the world.
Zeus in a bit of trouble, has to flash away, but Morgan playing the Ambessa.
Okay, we have seen a lot of Ambessa losing to Gwen. We have not seen much Gwen losing to Ambessa. Morgan finding a great angle there. Zeus have to burn the flash. I think he wanted to get the wave pushed in so he could TP back. Still a little bit ahead in farm, and we'll get that TP off. Burning the flash, a pretty big hit.
Trundle Pillar, pretty good, but...
That's a traffic cone.
Yes. It's a pillar-sized traffic cone.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good at gank.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Azir, you know, we were talking before about the loss streak, is that often we're seeing Azir, it's kind of this trap you fall into, where a pick is so high prio, it only gets let through as like a first pick on blue side, and then often it's let through when there's counters available, you know. Talia's been doing really well recently, and Talia is often being picked into Azir, so if a team lets the Azir through, it's because they have Talia available, and they're confident they can deal with it, and they can also get, like, in this situation, HLE got the Gwen, and they have the matchup that they're fighting.
So in 2024 LCK Spring in January, because on the Kwangdong Freaks at the time, took down Nomshim's Sylvie with Trundle against Viego. It was a win. I don't think that means that Trundle is just a good champ. There's a reason we don't see it very often. Look at this from Zeka. Going on a long play to the top lane. Morgan, though, seems to have read it. There's the knock-up, but the damage isn't quite there.
Yeah, the minion wave coming in, saving him a little bit, not allowing that threaded volley follow-up. So Morgan will sit there and sigh and go, right, thanks for that, but he won't die. It does allow Zeus to get a crash in here, though, and does have a little bit of a farm lead over Morgan.
Yeah, meanwhile, Zeka did have to drop a wave, and Peanut picks up some of that, actually. Holding the wave down here is the Bro bot lane. And Bro's always a team, you know, we always talk about how teams somehow hold on to their identities, even though the entire roster changes. Bro is a team that have gotten big upsets before against DK, against Gen G. I'm not sure about against Halma-Life Esports. I feel like they have not, based on the fact that they have lost for the last 2 years against this team.
Yeah, it's like a very specific of just being able to beat Gen G for some reason.
Oh, Deny still gets it off.
A lot of movement you're seeing from HLE around the map. Different members just coming in to help people get crashed. It's a sign of like a good, efficient team. That they'll just find a window where like Zeka comes top, helps get the crash, Peanut covers mid, Delight moves mid to help Zeka get the push in. It's small things like that that really separate our best teams from the rest. But now Delight
just going for a little walk in the river, and he's going to get Mbessa ulted, Delight in a ton of trouble. And you see his team is trying to help him out. They want to get that kill on a Kroko, but the sweep comes in and denies it. First blood given over to Morgan. And now a wall to come down. Morgan does have flash, and they're going to throw in the sun. The knockback does come in. Can Morgan get out of this is the question. And no, he cannot. Nearly trades back on a Peanut, who does survive.
I think he could have just flashed, if I'm being honest, in that situation. Any scenario where you're waiting that long and there's clear follow-up, you're just going to die if you don't. So holds the flash, does end up going down.
Taliyah Pantheon, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty effective when you use that combo together.
And speaking of which, this is Taliyah Renata. Again, that's a turret shot, and Closer just going to die even before Peanut can join in. And Zeka just looked so tasty for Closer. And unfortunately, yeah. He just baits him in. And that's another thing that Taliyah and Pantheon can do very well, even though Pantheon wasn't really a part of that kill.
A little bit of a miss with Kroko on the pillar. If it was a bit close to the wall, it would have trapped the light so he couldn't walk around. It doesn't make that much of a difference, so he still goes down. But in the end, Kroko gets dangerously close to giving that reset to the light, so does have to flash away to deny that. But here, Morgan could have just flashed out of the wall. Now. 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 Not now.
How about now?
No, definitely not now. A bit too late. And then he tries to get the kill on Peanut. It's pretty close.
Yeah, so Closer is the one that starts the fight.
Yeah, one of these situations where you don't have the mana. The thing is as well, like, when Delight's there, even if he killed Zeka, he had bailout, so he just answered back. Yeah, a little bit of an unforced error there, but HLE have to sweep that one up.
The one thing that Pro do have going for them is the Varus is very far ahead, about 20 CS, and Hype is farming it out pretty well. There was a bit of a pseudo swap there for a couple of minutes where we did have the Gwen down in the bottom lane, and he had to go up against the duo, so it was a lot of free farm for Hype. Viper wasn't farming much. HLE gonna take this dragon. Bro, they got 2 grubs, and now they've come down here to try to fight for the dragon instead of finishing off the grubs, it looks like. A lot of sticks in this one, not going to be an easy steal, and now Krako's going to get clawed for it, as now the combo comes in, and the Trundle, quite tanky, but not tanky enough. The Chains of Corruption, though, going to get Peanut down. Bailout comes out, as he does have to fight. A lot of damage going in. Hostile takeover is huge on everyone on the side of Bro, is now flashing in his Hype for something, and he's going to get the kill, actually. But still, it is traded back to Zeka, who is on the chase now. Oh, the root was sick, but not going to matter, as Zeka just picks up his 3rd kill of the contest.
Skirmishing power of this Kalista Renata, Delight getting that massive hostile takeover, I really think solidified this fight. Kroko unfortunately gets caught out. Does survive a while because of the ultimate. But unfortunately, Polo is in a great spot here, but he's not level 6, doesn't have the ultimate available. And that's the big difference maker. Imagine if Polo was 6 there, and if Delight, if he wasn't 6 here, the amount of value he gets there from the hostile takeover is massive, and Hype fortunately manages to trade the kills, but I don't think they're feeling too fortunate after that outcome.
Yeah, and then the wall here is just insult to injury. There's nothing that Paul can do in that situation. It's kind of crazy. Delight's been all over the map, and yet still he's able to hit level 6 first, probably in part due to the assists that he has picked up, even that mid-kill onto Closer. And so he's just able to hit it faster. Probably just a little bit behind.
Yeah, and I mean, Polo has it now, but it's moments like that. Those are the key things. You know, we often talk about item breakpoints, level breakpoints, also massive. Zaya's going the Rod of Ages.
What is this guy doing? I feel like he's just trying new builds in competitive.
It did just get nerfed, but he will have a lot of mana.
Yeah, that is true.
Not something we've seen here before in the LCK.
Catalyst, very strong, but unfortunately, he spent the extra money to finish the item. I didn't even notice he had a Catalyst. I think we should have picked up on that at some point and been like, wait, what is happening? But we have had a lot of movements around the map. 9 kills at 11 minutes is quite a lot for us. And now, I mean, in the 1v1, he seems to be doing pretty well, at least, and he is quite tanky. In goes Morgan with the ult, but he just gets stunned There's not really much you can do against that and a bunch of needles flying in your face.
Okay, so I did just want to check, right? Looking at Emerald Plus on Gwen on this patch, 133 times is Rod of Ages being built first. Presumably some of those was theirs.
Presumably. Oh, he actually, he got the real one. Palu's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to get the knock of the hostile takeover. Comes down, and one Rend would do it. They're not even going for him anymore, looking for Hype here. As the wall comes in, Hype doesn't have flash. He is dead as well. Just 2 kills basically out of thin air for Hama Life Esports.
It's one of the problems, you know, the Nico, I feel like, really benefits from having the Callista at his side. That ult to save you from dangerous situations, allows you to be more aggressive, steps up for your ult. They don't have that. They have a Varus pairing, and it just ends up resulting in Hype dying too.
All right, looking for the play, Zeka. Nice respect on the flash. Just going to live. And in the top side, Morgan, you remember, he was winning that trade against Zeus. He got the flash in the 1v1. And then since then, everything has fallen apart.
Yeah, he's now 35 CS down. That's a lot.
That is a lot, yes. Going in on this one.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to say it. I think Eclipse is a little better than Rod of Ages.
I tend to agree with you on that one. What's he going to build next? Like Mercurial Scimitar or something? Like,
Archangels would be kind of based.
Did he forget like what this champion builds? Going in onto Morgan. And he's in a lot of trouble, actually. It does look like Zeus is low, but it's Gwen. So he will live for a long time. Morgan does a good job of going around the alcove, actually, as that is a very nice pillar this time around. Going to get a flash. And they can't really trade it back. So Crocker comes up, spares the blushes of his teammate. Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
you know, a lot of people have talked about Zeus going through the Shy arc of playing stuff like 80 Nidalee top was, you know, a popular pick for the Shy.
Yeah.
Just building random stuff on champions. It feels like when you're at the top, this is what you do, apparently, as a top laner.
Maybe he just really wants the extra level.
I mean, he will get an extra level at some point. He is playing the scaling game. But I feel like he could have been playing the win lane game a little bit more. He's ahead.
You can scale better if you get more kills. But maybe he's like, I'm a top laner, I don't get kills, so I'm just going to build Rod instead.
Perhaps. You know what?
We're really, you know, trying to figure this one out.
I feel like it's a little bit inconsequential in this match. I really don't think...
I think you are right, yes.
It matters too much. He is still very ahead. But more importantly, Zeka has a 1.1k gold lead in this mid matchup, which is already very, very good for the Talia playing into the Azir.
Definitely is. Trying to make a play up here on the top lane. Zeus does not have his flash anymore, and both these champs can get inside the mist, but still, Zeus, he's going to get ulted down, but do they have the damage under the turret? Yes, they absolutely do. And they're going to shut down the streak that the 0-0 Gwen had. A little bit of extra money over to Morgan. Now Zeka is just going to get clobbered down by Crocker, but in comes the Pantheon. Oh, would have done it! Zeka, he's burning, but he's living.
That's so sad.
Talia Pantheon. They work so well together.
Yep. Although I think a lot of mid laners would just appreciate having a Pantheon to fly in when the enemy Trundle's trying to solo kill you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've seen... Look, this game is not going well for Bro. I don't think it's the Trundle's fault. I think we've seen some of the value of the Trundle.
Yeah. I think it's fine so far.
Yeah. The Rod of Ages, still jury's out on that one. But the Trundle... Is it enough to win a game against HLE? No. Not yet, it seems. But... enough to do some stuff. They're still not completely out of the game. It is starting to look very rough. It's approaching that point. Oh, they do find the light.
Yeah, gonna avoid the handshake.
I was thinking they'd maybe force the Callista ult. They didn't.
Well, a little bit of a chase on a Peanut, who very brazenly started the Rift Herald by himself. That does a lot of damage now.
I mean, they're chunked out, so I think Rowan...
No.
I tend to say they're in an okay position.
I'm not so sure about that Zeka, though. That's a very interesting spot for him. He doesn't have his flash, and he's just rooted, and he's taken down. As I immediately cast or curse him, he didn't even have a chance to flash. I think he was like 5 seconds away, too, but that's a big shutdown given over, essentially, for free.
Yeah, big shutdown, and also getting the Rift Herald. So positive moves coming out from Bro. Gotta be a little bit careful of the Hype.
Yeah, trying to run into Callista. A tempo barrier.
Yes.
Tempo barrier.
Yep.
Trying to stay alive so he can clear the wave.
Yep. Wants to stay around and defend his turret. Maybe felt like if he lost more health, he'd have to back away. Is what we're going to say.
Definitely.
We're going to theory craft
Absolutely.
that. Yes. So this one, just Zeka not realizing he's on a ward, because that control ward doesn't actually see to the end of the rush.
Yeah.
So just not deep enough. That is the thing.
Rough.
Is the pretense of having cleared vision can be really, really negative. Like if you think you've swept the vision and there's a ward hidden there, that's worse than not having swept.
I mean, Krako's here. If Morgan lives for long enough, he's going to go in and he's going to Ambessa all over them, dashing and turning and twirling. Peanut getting very low, and Peanut is going to finish him off with the execute. Here comes Palu trying to take down the Gwen, and he will be able to. Krako with that subjugate ticking, just doing enough to trade it back.
Yeah, they focused Morgan down. It was doing a fair bit of damage, but ultimately the execution from Peanut there from the Pantheon. But this Rod of Ages, Gwen, it exists. Oh, Krako.
Yes. Krako has the TP coming through.
Good pillar.
Closer, stopping that dash right at the right time. Meanwhile, Hype in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Palu is here. He doesn't have mana or result, so he doesn't really exist. So that's a nice summoner takeaway by HLE.
A lot of scrapping going on right now. Zeka, double control ward in that brush, just to really ensure. You know how the brush earlier, they had one control ward, there was a ward in it. They made doubly sure there's no wards in this one.
He's saying maybe it's around the corner a little bit, like it won't see the edge of the other side.
It's guaranteed. I can say with absolute certainty that HLE know that brush is ward free.
I'm glad we got that cleared up. No Service Embrace here for Zeus.
Yeah, looks like he's going for the Nash's Tooth, which is a more traditional Gwen item.
Seems like a good idea. Here comes Krako again, but here comes Peanut again. We're just fighting. It's 2v2 all the time. No TPs available for either of the mid laners, so would have just ended up as a real 2v2, but both of them just elect not to fight.
I think honestly it would have been playable for Bro. I think they could win that 2v2 if they played it really well. But they didn't want to risk it. They didn't want to chance it. The game isn't actually in that bad of a state, if we're being real. You know, they're still 2,000 gold behind, which isn't good, don't get me wrong, but we've seen bigger comebacks.
We definitely have. Bro, generally when they 2-0 someone, they do get pretty far ahead pretty quickly, like they win the early game, but it hasn't necessarily happened this time around.
Yep, I will say, Dragon coming up now, third Dragon of the game, third Dragon for HLE if they secure it, and then Arakan in 30 seconds, and then on the safe side of the map. So this game is about to explode, and Bro are hoping it's a chance to get back into the game. HLE are hoping to close it out.
Well, still going to get a charge off here.
Good amount of damage to the tower, and it gives them the ability to move into the river, clear out some vision. HLE trying to approach. Both Delight and Peanut are pretty squishy.
TP comes in, Krako trying to dodge everything. Instead, he's just getting corralled up against the wall. Now the TP comes over from their side as Palu gets an ult off and doesn't do much. And Zeus is on the flank, doing a ton of damage with the needles, but he's just getting focused down. And Bro, they peel back, they take out the Gwen. A lot of low health bars here, though, on the side of Bro. Will they try to re-engage on this one? Not so sure. It looks like they just want to take down the mid tier 1 instead.
Yeah, health bar's low, don't want to really risk it. Approaching into the Talia. And we do see the feats of strength secured by HLE there. It's pretty close. I feel that fight was tense, but I think the thing that really sold it for me for HLE was the Weaver's Wall. I think without that Weaver's Wall, I think Bro might just actually end up sweeping that fight pretty convincingly.
Yeah, and you take a look at the gold now. I mean, yes, they're down 3 dragons, but Bro, they take the mid inner, which is very big, and they're catching up.
This was a mistake from Krako going for this Basco and put him in a bad spot. This Weaver's Wall not only cuts him off, but look at Palu's ult. Oh.
Yeah, speaking of Palu.
Look at Palu.
Oh, he's gone. I guess we're just going to do the Otacon.
Yeah, Morgan has no TP in his top lane. This is really bad.
Free Otacon.
From Bro. This is... See, this is what's frustrating. It's the last fight. Genuinely, I think Bro played it well, And I was like, hey, they really have a chance of doing it. And then they open on the map. Your Azir has TP. Why is Closer not top lane? Put Morgan bot because he doesn't have TP.
You were just talking about how the bottom side of the map is going to have huge amounts of action.
And they just... I don't know.
They didn't play around it at all.
You can see the fact that Ambassador's walking top lane here. Lane assignment's so important. This is the difference, you know. Like, bro, genuinely, that last fight, they had some good moments. The Weaver's Wall, I think, really shut down the follow-up to Apollo's engage.
Well, Hype in a bit of trouble now. He has the Edge of Night, and he no longer does. Now he will go to Zeus' Gwen, and the chase is on for even more. Krako will get away himself. But now Peanut just walking in between turrets, literally chasing Krako through the jungle past turrets.
I mean, the thing is now, Zeus got his level up from the Rod of Ages, got a ton of extra experience from the Arakan. He's level 15. He is so hard to deal with at this point. And it looks like the Rod of Ages Gwen has come to fruition. At the end of the day, it's still Gwen.
Yeah. And if you can hit level 16 faster, I guess you become a late game threat even quicker. But some of those fights where he, wasn't looking great. But still, it's a pretty interesting build. Testing it out here in Pro. Peanut coming up to the top side. They are going to look to take down this turret. And if anyone really comes up to them and they're alone, you can see Closer he has to respect so much because one stun and maybe he just dies.
I think the weird thing with it now is we saw Roa get nerfed, and now we're seeing this build. Surely you would have played Rod of Ages Gwen before Rod of Ages got nerfed.
Yeah. Well, we got Needles coming out once again. Morgan gonna ult the opposite way. And now the finality of the Needles coming through, and Morgan in a lot of trouble, has to flash away. Now Zeus has to flash out of this one, and will the arrow hit is the question. No, it is a dodge, but he has to get in melee range, and Hype will pick up the kill. So they take out Zeus, who is now 1-4.
Can't dodge auto attacks, and Hype probably happy he has the Halo Blades in the end there, able to take down Zeus. Not too much of a shutdown, unfortunately. And HLE about 2,000 gold ahead in a comfortable spot still. But yeah, Zeus finds Morgan here and does a ton of damage. That ult backwards, a little bit optimistic. And then Morgan, like, he's on the tower, I can get him. No, but at least Hype is there. Surprised he didn't leave the ult. I guess he was trying to save the ult, not want to have to use it. And then eventually just threw it. And the dodge forces him to walk back so he can get that
zoning ult.
Yes,
literally.
The zoning ult.
Fantastic play from Hype. Oh, it seems like they saw him backing in that brush. Gotta be careful about that. Krako is very fast. Strundle with his W, and he has the immense plate, so he's zooming around.
Yeah, this game still isn't in that bad of a spot for Bro, if I'm being honest.
I think the Otacon is a big issue.
It's not great, but it's not unplayable. We've seen worse game states, is something I keep saying.
Yeah, I mean, if they catch the right target, like Zeus has been caught many times, if they just catch the right target and they blow him up, they have enough CC to do it.
If they just have people in the right places on the map and don't randomly give away objectives.
If they just kill the enemy champions.
Honestly,
I think they've got a good shot.
If they kill the enemy Nexus, I think that odds drastically increase in winning.
Yeah. Well, HLE have total control. You can see the vision toggle here. Krako has to be the one that pops up, but it's Talia Pantheon. Subjugate does come out, but he's just barely going to live. Meanwhile, Zeus does push away Closer. Well, and that should be Cloud Soul.
Yeah, Dragons in 3 seconds ain't getting that. Cloud Soul Gwen, horrible to play into. Well, no, Gwen, horrible to play into. Cloud Soul Gwen, extra horrible to play into.
Yeah.
So that's secured. And it's feeling a little... It's like that thing where it's not that far apart, so it doesn't seem unrealistic from a odds percentage of Bro winning.
Mm-hmm.
But then these things just keep happening that make you go, oh.
Yeah.
Gold lead's not huge, but the Arakan and the Cloud Soul are not reflected in that gold lead.
Yeah, they definitely are not.
And even though Morgan has a lead in gold over Zeus, Zeus has kind of hit that Gwen point where he just does snip, snip.
Yeah, Zeus still ahead on levels with his Rod of Ages. Do have the Hex Drinker here for Morgan. We'll see if that helps him out. Void Staff finish for Zeka as they see Zeka going into the brush. Now we got a pillar coming down here as well. I mean, pretty hard to lock down a Talia at this point, as now in goes Peanut. Krako is zooming away. Even a wall to come down. Paulo just trying to zone them away desperately. The hostile takeover keeps them around. Peanut going very deep for this one, but it will be absolutely worth it. And Viper hopping around like a crazy man. He is going to take out the Trundle, and Morgan gets here late. It's just a disaster for Bro. It's Humble Life Esports. You're not getting away from this Gwen. The Cloud Soul Gwen.
So fast.
Chasing him down. And they're just going to do the Baron instead.
Yeah, well, that signifies kind of the end of the hopes for Bro. Or maybe that does.
Or I think that does, yeah.
Yeah, well...
Viper Cleanse, though?
Yes. Weird.
Yeah. Well, that's a Baron over to HLE.
I will say, if you look across HLE, a lot more Tier 3 boots picked up than we've typically seen. Everyone apart from Zeus has those.
They're cheaper.
More affordable.
In this economy?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, no tax cuts. So for you guys who forgot to put in your bro tax, yeah, Zeka just decided to stand on a push that had a ward in it.
Baiting.
It was all a bait, yeah.
Yeah, trades flashes there, and then here, I mean, Krako, I feel like some of these fights, he starts them so low already. The ult for Paulo doesn't do much because he gets hostile takeovered, and then Closer and Krako are beating each other up. The tower's there to kind of help, but it really doesn't do that much.
And Viper just like...
They're so fast.
Zipping forward.
I feel like as well, the additional movement speed they have, and the fact they have a bit of slow resist from those two clouds, pillars just aren't doing as much as you'd hope.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul of the Trundle feels very nice. I mean, Zeus was going like Mach 10 there. That was insane. After he popped his ult, obviously with that speed boost. And HLE with the Baron now. Closer...
Oh, that is a direction.
Okay. Oh, actually, it's pretty good. It was all a bait all along. I feel like this whole game is a bait at this point. Peanut also going to go down to his GA. We got a turret here. HLE, they still want to fight. Morgan getting pretty low, but I think he's got the damage. Now Zeus elects to go in himself. And here comes Viper. He wasn't even a part of this fight. He was doing the wolves. What is happening in this game?
Chaos. Absolute chaos. Bro, you got a couple of kills. Be happy with that.
Viper's going in. Viper's angry.
I feel like they could win 3v5. And I think Bro know that, and they back away.
Well, they got 2 Baron buffs out of them.
They got a GA as well from Peanut, so it worked out pretty well. The bait was a bait. You can see Peanut's like, I've got him. And then he dashes in, he's like, oh. And then he realizes Morgan is here. Not much Zeka can do to outplay that. Did try to put the wall down. Didn't really do much. And then it got a little bit crazy. This ult from Polu, fortunately, Gwen is immune. Not able to get the knockup there, otherwise maybe Zeus would have gone down as well.
Viper just looks so incredibly fed. And he is. I mean, he's got a 700 gold bounty, so he kind of just gets to do whatever he wants. Height, he can't run away fast enough. Like, the ult is used, and he's just sprinting at him. He can't get away. Krako caught in the jungle, too. And Closer here just extra sacrifice. Of course, they're going to dive the turret. It's HLE. They don't have any breaks on this tank. And down the mid lane, they will go, and they will end game 1 in their favor.
There's only Polu left. 1v5. Nico play.
All right.
Incoming.
Go for the ult. Go for the ult. He doesn't have rocket belt. Oh, the fake. No, he's just going to conserve his KDA.
Bait them into diving you. Bait them into diving you. Look, you see.
Yeah, no, he's sitting way too back. Okay, flash forward. Up, up, up. No, it's not going to happen. Down goes the Nexus, and the light's already off the stage.
You know, we saw him rotate a lot in game. Rotate straight off the stage there.
Yeah.
That's a roaming we love to see.
Not wasting any time.
And I think, honestly, Bro, I think the Trundle concept was cool. Struggled a little bit in the bot lane. And honestly, just a lot of better rotations came out from HLE. And it felt like when it came... I think the big one for me was the Atakan. Like, yes, the Baron was the biggest fight that they lost, but the Atakan was such an easily avoidable scenario where you're just playing on the wrong side of the map. We've seen so many teams throw Atakan and you just gave it over to them for free.
Definitely very different vibes. You know, Mowgli's still gonna give them a talking to, probably say, hey guys, I've told you for like the 18th time, you don't have to be this aggressive when you're this far ahead against a weaker team. They're not gonna listen. But on the side of Edgar and the bros, it's definitely not good feels, as they got kind of walloped in that game.
What if Age is OP?
Most damage in the game?
Well, we can't argue with that.
Firmed good.
What if Age's Gwen is now 100% win rate in the LCK? Do with that information what you will.
I mean, Zeus did play Gwen, which I think, again, you can't ban everything. At least they banned his Jace. But he's still got Gwen with the first pick Azir that came out from Pro, who will probably be on the blue side here for Game 2 once again. It's 1-0 for Humble Life Esports. We'll take a break.
미드 나오는 거 한번 낼 수 있어. 쌍거 보자. 나 이거 미드 궁각되는데. 이번에 한번 볼게 이거 나. 이거 미드 나 궁각되는데 어때? 볼게. 바로 들어볼게. 바루스 노플. 딱 보자. 아지르 못 날라와. 가보자. 아지르 볼게. 소연 아지르 안 뱉어볼게.
Squares up and gets ready to try to challenge here for the Baron. Licorice knocked out of the fight here by the Keeper's Verdict as Audieland. Oh, the objective bounty is claimed. It's Loki stealing it away. You gotta be kidding me. Take a look at the split on the damage. It already got rended. He ulted through. Oh, wow.
It's that way to get that dough, but I don't break cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again.
Alguma coisa, será que ele faz um milagre? Ele vai fazer um milagre de desaparecer, provavelmente. Ele tá forte, mas contra 4 jogadores fica difícil. Terá que dar aquele escudo. Ele derrubou o abate, conseguiu levar o primeiro. Gira no contra-ataque. Garantiu a eliminação. CDO do herói do time da Isurus. Parou o Barão adversário. Descomunal do José Deodo nessa partida.
火焰喷射器没有一杀没中，闪现想烤，火焰喷射器撒在对方的脚下，但毛姆这个位置还是保持得非常安全。蝎子再加，猎杀开大绝，毛姆开秀了，毛姆拿了个 triple， 毛姆拿了个 quadra。 4连杀的机会，毕竟这小动物阿远原地开惊人，但等待他的是毛姆的电磁炮，毛姆带上 pentakill， 比赛准备要结束了。
日本的王者看起来还是我们的 SHG 哦 ，Marble 完美的发挥
，11杀的竭力，这把比赛虽然说打得固然稳健。
Coming up for that throne, trust I'm coming up for that drop top coupe sitting on chrome. I don't need no introduction, they gon' see me know my name. Trust I'm growing every chance I get in spite of.
구도상 되게 애매하게 반격. 럼블 잡을 수 있나요? 네, 이퀄 그래도 때리면서 계속 오히려 영웅인데 멋진다 내부리 어떻게 내부리 수도 있어요. 어떻게든 버텨. 이제는 더 이상 물러설 것이 없어. 디에프리스 위기의 순간 기억나나? 우리 그 순간 기억이.
I push that weight to get that dough, but I don't break cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again.
落地也算是有3颗万中星刀，但是海克斯闪现 ，Q 再上加入御铁树，但是脚下突下的一技能，万中星刀，还差一下戳掉了 JK Love， 这个时候沙皇他太能戳了，德金松反手 Q 一下，黑不到这个爆破果实 ，TP 过来的香克斯1v2直接实现了双杀，配合队友还能再拿风龙龙魂。
이러면은 이제 턴을 썼기 때문에 바텀 쪽에서 체력 관리하면서 라이드 내려오고
제이스
라이드 내려오고 아니 이거 맞는데 제우스 붙었어요? 예 확실하게 라이드까지 붙었단 말이에요. 예 이거를 못 잡아 갈릭스 불피거든요. 라인이 안 들어가 못 들어가는데 라인이 안 들어가 그래도 제우스!
아니 요리들이 횡이동하는 게 그 횡이동이 미쳤습니다.
네, 그러니까 접히면 안 들어가.
아니 이게 전멸 없던 제이스라서 가끔은 거의 PK 각이었는데.
아, 네. 전멸도 없었죠.
Came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I push that weight to get that dough, but I don't break cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's 1-0, Hanwha Life Esports, over the bros, pay your taxes. He's cracking! Why are we picking Trundle? Why are we trolling? We're literally trolling! We're
Wait,
trolling!
no, hold on. I think Zeus was actually literally trolling. I think Zeus was the one who was trolling. Trundle was really trying. Krako actually did his best. Dagon. It was Zeus who was running it down and picking Rod of Ages for no reason.
Okay.
I think Zeus was the one. I don't think it was Krako. I think Krako did okay. He did fine, Dagon. Come on.
Okay, we did fine. Let's take a look at the draft. Taliyah Pantheon have been pretty good here, Chronicler.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight it because we've only seen this specific combo twice, but it feels like it is slowly becoming what once was a cool bot lane is now just a really great pairing. Because I think Taliyah is actually probably, outside of Yone, who's just basically permabanned against players that know how to play him, the best blind mid laner, which is kind of crazy because I feel like whenever we see a Zero into Taliyah, it very rarely works. And then any point and click CC is going to work amazing. And Pantheon really fulfills that role.
One of the big things for me in this draft is that already it's game one. We're banning the Jace. That's fair. You know, that's what you should be doing as bro. But the Ambessa's gone. And it feels like right now Morgan can play Ambessa and Sion/Yorick. And so I think if Hanwha Life Esports are aware of this, they can really abuse it going into game two, especially because Nidalee's still up for Zeus. So the fact they played the Ambessa here and it didn't really hit the mark is kind of a concern for what drafts look like going forward for bro.
I actually like Trundle here. I think that if you look at the amount of, you get to slow the Kalista, there's a ton of enemy champions on the enemy team that don't actually get to really deal with Pillar well, right? There's not that many dashes. And again, Kalista does still get kind of annoyed by the existence of Pillar. And it's really good into 80 matchups. It didn't matter, really, because Hanwha Life are pretty good at team fighting, as it turns out.
Well, look at Hanwha are grouped as 4. Bro are split. So the handshake comes through first. Palu and Hype are trying to collapse, but they're just not here on time to take this fight. And then you get the first pick. Really great flash here from Viper, because this could have been what turned the fight. Closer looking for the Emperor's Divide. And there's just an easy collapse from here. Berserk as well, denying the follow-up. And Hanwha Life, like you said, really good at team fighting, but also I don't think Bro were really set up for success in this one, and yet still committed to try to make it happen with Closer having level 6, with him having the ultimate, but they fail.
It was a call that I think was salvageable from Bro. I don't think this is one of those calls where like, why are you doing this? They actually have the fighting power to win these skirmishes early with the Nico, with the Varus, with the Trundle, but you do need to be very crisp on the execution, and Hanwha Life, those 4 players were just straight up better.
Good macro, not good micro. Here's Pantheon, though, which has been pretty great.
Yeah, I want to highlight it because it's together with Taliyah. I think we're already at the point where we're starting to see it banned. It's kind of taking the place of Xin Zhao, where we just, because Xin Zhao is getting banned, where we just slam it in every draft, and it kind of makes sense.
When you have a strong side lane pushing champion like the Gwen as well, it just pairs incredibly well with it, because the Gwen can push deep, and then Pantheon is there to shadow from so far away with his ultimate. So Taliyah also looking like she is on the up and up with a ton of games played, hitting over 55% win rate means you're in a really good spot. The Taliyah also allows you to play the global, allows you to play through the sides, and when you're a team that's ahead, you just have so much access to power in the draft like this.
And these win rates are before this victory here for Hanwha Life Esports. So 66% here for Pantheon and 57-ish here for Taliyah. We did talk about some trolling earlier.
We need research.
Yeah.
We're doing research because you might see this and you might think we're going to talk about Zeus' build on Gwen. That's not what we're here to talk about.
No?
We're actually here to tell you that Zeus pranked all of us. This isn't Gwen. What you're seeing here
look like Gwen.
It's not Gwen. You might think it's Gwen, but doesn't this remind you of something that Zeus used to do, going in by himself for no apparent reason? Just diving turrets left and right, AFK pushing in side lane and just getting punished all the time.
Yeah, building Rod of Ages, trying to get a level up to upgrade his ultimate ability a little bit faster. Does a little bit remind me of maybe a man with cards or something like that.
Oh, God,
that's the one,
TF!
It was TF.
TF Top is back!
Now, cosplaying. He's cosplaying.
He would have gotten away with it without you pesky kids doing research.
We're taking the mask off. Of course, that was...
Fourth death was where we figured it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like, maybe, I don't know, maybe by the 8th death, we would have known for sure. Fortunately, we did our research. Now, that was, of course, a DTF, but he did build Nashers, so, you know, basically the same. And they might wonder, why are we memeing? Because that was the only fun part of that game. Hanwha Life is just a little bit on a different level right now.
Yeah, it's the drafting I'm worried about coming into game 2 for Morgan. Might be a bit of a rut-row raggy.
All right, well, you know what? I'm wearing the green.
What do you guys do? Where are you guys going?
Pronny, for some reason's wearing the orange. It's time to square up. Square up. Forehead to forehead. Mine's on your nose.
Be taller, Digon.
We're going to win round 2.
What you going to do, huh?
Win.
What?
Win.
Win game 2?
Win. Yeah, game 2.
Yeah, sure you are.
Yeah. Let's send it over to 2 guys over there right now while we're still squaring up.
Thank you, Bro and Hanwha Life Esports, for that wonderful breakdown.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, respect to Digon for trying when he's like a good half a foot shorter than Chronicler. and just, was looking at his neckline, wasn't even maintaining eye contact.
Yeah.
He kind of got mogged, I'm going to be real. But
he can't out-mog Chronicler.
That kind of, he is the king of the mogs of the LCK.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, honestly, kind of indicative of how I'm feeling about this game too. Bro looking like they might get a little bit mogged, but we'll see.
But hey, if you did a lifting contest, who would win, Bro or Hanwha Life Esports? Well, Digon would beat Mao,
but I think
maybe Bro would beat Actually, no, they don't.
They have Zeka. It's not. Look.
Okay. Actually, no. It's just cooked.
The thing is, this isn't even the strongest HLE we've seen, because that was definitely when they had Kingin and they had Grizzly and they had Zeka. When I say strongest, I mean physically, right? That was the strongest HLE we've seen, because those 3 were just like the titans of the top side. I don't think that Peanut can lift as much as Grizzly.
No,
in fact, I know he can't.
Not. Yeah.
But Peanut does play some good League of Legends, so he has that going.
Hey, Palu's pretty tall. You know, they got that going. He's probably the tallest guy down there.
Until Mao goes down there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's no beating Mao. Rumble. We do have the same bands here. Just the Jace came second this time.
I wonder what, You know, this is like such a weird tangent, but I wonder what the thought process is behind changing the order that Jason is in Zhao. Maybe they just say just ban Jason and Zhao, and they just, yeah.
You're like, oh, maybe they're not going to ban the Jace. Maybe we should change it. And then you realize that red side is always going to first ban Vi, and so it doesn't change anything.
Are they going to ban the Poppy?
No.
Or something else?
Yes.
Yes, they are. So the only difference, Yone left open, and Wukong banned. So, do I think they're going to first pick the Yone? No?
No.
That does mean that HLE get access to the Yone. Zek I don't know if you know this, Brendan. This is some niche lore.
Okay.
Zeka, I've heard, it's been rumored, it's been suggested, he's pretty good at Yone.
I don't know what would make you think that, but sure. I'll believe you.
Oh, it's Nidalee Yone. It's Nidalee Yone. Okay, it's Nidalee Yone. They're gonna lock in Nidalee Yone, and then they have the Nidalee as a flex as well. And it's
oh, instead they're just gonna pick Sejuani.
Oh, Sejuani Yone. Yes, yes, I've heard of that combination.
And Jax for Zeus eventually.
Yeah, Zeka's talking. Oh, Sejuani Nidalee. I don't think that's as good.
Blind pick Nidalee top. I mean, at this point, you know what Morgan's... You know what his champion pool is. It's Yorick and Sion.
Renekton? Don't play Renekton to Nidalee.
They all lose to Nidalee.
Do not play Renekton to Nidalee.
They all lose to Nidalee.
Not play Renekton into Nidalee.
Like maybe Yorick's okay, but I don't know what he's gonna do.
What have you got? What have you got?
He's really being challenged here.
Maybe like a Jax loses a little bit more gracefully than other picks.
Yeah, we have seen that picked into it before.
Yeah. Well, are you going to be scared for closer? I think Zeka just fully commits to the Yone, if I'm being honest, but we'll see. And now, are you going to pick your top laner here? Do you have something secret stored up? Morgan's been practicing some zany pick like Ivan top lane that he's going to bring. No, that sounds terrible. Don't do that.
Janna.
Okay, well, they're saving the top lane pick. They're going for Misfortune. They're going to secure that one. Yeah, sure, buddy.
I mean...
Yeah, we all know what it's going to be.
It's going to be Yone.
Yeah, Yone, Sejuani. You know, if I was in Bro's position, it's not even about win probability. I would just feel drained playing into this on the other side. I'm like, oh...
I mean, it's hard to say that Zeus' best champs is Nidalee, but based on his expertise we've seen in just, 2 games, he's really good at it. And then you look at Peanut Sejuani and Zeka's Yone, and you're not feeling good.
It's one of his most annoying champions. That is something we can say as an absolute fact, right?
We do know that.
And it also just means like the skirmishing power of the Yone Sejuani really hard to deal with. You know, typically Neferi and Ahri, good skirmishers, get the reset potential in the ult, but they are going to have a rough time. Now, Rel banned away. Alistar, I think they have to ban Alistar, Bro do here. You do not want to give that one over to the light. Especially since a lot of the other engaged supports are banned. Rel denied, so we don't have the Rel MF pairing. Alistar ban does come through.
Yep. I just want to see what Morgan's playing, honestly.
Yeah, if you really want to secure for Delight and engage support, you could take like Leona here or like Nautilus, but I think you could be forgiven for just taking AD carry and leaving support to last so you don't get Bromed or something. Could go for like the Ezreal. Looking at the Lucian, actually.
I mean, yeah, Ezreal seems a bit more standard.
I think the Ezreal makes more sense. You can go Ezreal Leona, you can go Ezreal Braum. It really depends what Bro pick to pair with the MF. Put themselves in a decent position. And I think if you pick Leona or Nautilus, you're going to get Bromed. So if you pick Braum, they have options into that too.
Yeah.
There's no real good choice, I think, in this situation for Palu.
Although if you pick Braum, maybe Delight doesn't play an engage support.
Yeah, I mean, that can be a decent option.
And as we know, that is his favorite.
Does he just pick Bard?
Maybe he plays Karma?
Could do.
But both of those, I'm like, Delight isn't... Yeah, Yorick.
Yeah, it's the Yorick.
Yeah.
I was hoping for, like, the secret pick. It did not come out. This is not a secret. This is the Yorick. We've seen it before. And now Delight. So they've given you the Braum. Typically, you wouldn't want to pick Leona or Nautilus into this. You could pick a range support. I think Bard, Karma, both options. Looking towards that Karma. But we have engaged from the Yone and the Sejuani. Oh, Janna would
Janna.
be... Oh.
Oh.
Man.
We wanted it. We wanted it.
It's been so long.
I feel like the Bard could have been good too, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Bard into MF.
Yeah, exactly.
Is pretty decent, but
even the Braum is like, yes, he can jump around a bit, but he always wants to be in front, and there will be people behind him. So like maybe you could catch multi-man ults and stuff.
But the Karma, I mean, it's just a lot of power in the lane. Scales reasonably well, but you're just going to harass lane so hard. I feel bad for Polo in this matchup. Not a fun position to be in. And kind of seeing a bit more of that value from red side, you know? This is what you can do. The counter pick, you know? Yeah. Yes, they may have blinded in Italy, but if it worked out as a counter pick, they ended up getting counter pick support as well.
Yeah.
Red side just OP, I guess.
Funny how that works. It's just when you got a team that is able to play so many different things to such a high level, it's kind of hard to get any counter picks yourself. So, road to MSI.
Pretty safe bet, I feel.
You think they'll go to MSI?
I think that they're looking positive. But it's still very competitive. There's only 2 spots, you know?
Yeah, but our top 2 teams are so good. Like, they're so much better than everyone else.
Right now. We've seen things change.
Now,
We've seen things change. You can't... It's looking very good. That is what I said. But not locked in. Got to keep showing what they can do.
Well, we're going to see Zeus showing off his Nidalee once again here in game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You know, maybe lane swaps weren't so bad. This is what we've unleashed by removing lane swaps. Nidalee top. I'm not sad. You know what? We nearly got a Janna. I know we didn't, but we nearly got it, and that was at least cool. There was a moment where I felt hope.
Yeah, I mean, we had Zed covered too.
Yeah, but that didn't feel as convincing. That felt like just a, haha, look at this. The Janna was like, yeah, I could go. No, he won't.
Yeah, I mean, why play Janna when Karma exists?
Yeah, I mean, Janna would have been a less pressure in lane. You still would have had a lane advantage. You would have had less pressure. But the thing is, the engage from Bro is kind of limited. And trying to engage into a Janna team when you have a Braum feels really bad. But I guess they just want that lane pressure.
Hello!
Is spotted.
And he gives the top of the morning.
He knows. They know. We all know.
We're all on the same page here.
Yeah. Vertical
jungling. And I don't think that Zeus is going to care about that too much.
But it's big for HLE's bot side. Being able to play very aggressively and knowing they have the support from their jungler. Vision as well on Croco here. And the thing is, you may think, hey, are you really going to leave your top lane Nidalee isolated? I don't even think it's possible for Zeus to die to Croco or more. I'm trying to thinking it over.
He would have to be like under the turret.
Well, Viper's Ezreal 0 too. That's kind of crazy, considering HLE's win rate overall.
Really... How did he manage that? That's like hard to do.
Yeah.
We know his Ezreal is very good. It's not like it's a weak pick for him. So, pretty interesting. Zeka definitely getting chunked here against the Ahri.
Also getting chunked here. I mean, it is a long lane, and Zeus is very pushed up. That is the only angle you can really gank. The Ghoulie wall does nothing to Nidalee.
Yeah. When I first saw the Nidalee, I'm like, he's just going to play Yorick, isn't he? And it's not even because of the matchup. It's just because it's Morgan. Like, he doesn't have a good answer in his champion pool into this Nidalee. And that's why when you got Morgan against a guy like Zeus, you can really kind of do whatever you want if you are Zeus. You can just blind pick the Nidalee because you know there's no hope of, you know,
honestly,
actually countering.
I think the best solution into HLE right now is be confident in your jungler's Nidalee and just pick it yourselves before Zeus gets an opportunity to. And then deny it because they're fearless.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
But like if you're not confident that you have an answer in the top lane to the Nidalee, then you need to deny it and give it to your jungler. And like, it's a strong pick. We've seen it have success in the jungle as well, so I think the theory is there.
Morgan.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to be run down. There's first blood, just straight up. And he was trying to push in the wave. Unfortunately, he should have known that he was in kill pressure.
Yeah, the execute for the Nidalee on her Cougar form Q, very threatening. And the thing is, look, this is not a fun lane for Yorick. This is not a lane you're going to win. You are going to get pressured throughout, but you should not be getting solo killed at level 4. It's going to be blunt.
Yeah. Not something that should happen. Meanwhile, we do have a very sneaky, okay, flash coming in. Zeka actually goes down. And Closer, down his flash. He's got a blast plant, though. He's going to actually
He's out.
He's
actually out.
The disengage cone saves another one.
So well played there by Closer. And Zeka's struggling in this lane matchup. You know, typically, Yone is one of those champions where you get low in lane, but you're never in kill threat because you have second wind, because you have Doran's shield, but he ends up going down, and yes, he puts the ghoulie wall down and he just jumps over it, and then he just hits a spear, and then the Q just does that. Not really much to explain there.
Pretty obviously he thought he had the pressure to kill him.
I thought Closer could be in trouble here, but gets the return on the Q.
And he played so well when he autoed this blast plant here. Wow.
Outplayed.
Great, awesome play. Really love that. Now Peanut's top lane, Palu does have his flash. There it is. So they're going to collect that. Passing go, collect flash.
And in fairness, in terms of CS advantage, Viper not that far ahead of Hype, so Hype doing a decent job picking up the farm, even though it is a little bit of a rough lane. You know, things aren't all doom and gloom for Bro so far. Top lane is, but it's not just top lane.
Yeah. Italy in this case does not have smite.
Yeah, and also doesn't quite do enough execute damage to out-damage the smite.
Closer, still pressuring. Zeka never really going to have a fun time in this lane, but he also died, so yeah, this is not going well for Zeka. Closer certainly exerting that pressure after that first kill. Already has lost chapter.
Doing a good job and forcing Zeka back again.
Now Viper taking a bit of damage. Double ups doing a number to them. Viper's like, please give me the last minion. It's not going to happen.
Just some overall good laning from Bro's mid and bot.
2 plates already. It's kind of crazy.
800 gold. Massive advantage to have this early. And you got to remember, there will almost always be an overall gold lead for HLE because of the Nidalee. We've seen this before where Nidalee has like a massive lead, but when you take away the lead of the Nidalee...
Oh, very nice. Charm landing right on the mark. Zeka goes in, and there's a Braum here as well. He's going to ult into the Braum and just go back.
Yeah, not... I would have just pressed E, but...
Interesting.
Maybe Yone's been banned so much against Zeka, he's just not practiced. Because he's struggling right now. There's no other way to spin it. He is not having a good time right now on this pick. And Closer is really putting it to him hard.
Closer's just playing really well. We highlighted this at the beginning of the day.
Oh, yeah.
I did not cast a curse him. He's going to get away. I was very worried there for a second, but he is playing Ahri.
And does look to be going on Malignus build. Doesn't have it yet, but when he gets that point, obviously not too much punish coming through when you do burn your ult for whatever reason.
All right, little play down here, the ghoulie wall. Gonna delay him just a little bit. Zeus continuing to chunk him out. Nice chunk of damage in, but he's just gonna try to heal this one up. Now our bot lanes have gone mid, with the grubs spawning now. Viper heading forward. Palu's taking a beating in this one, as we did expect. The root comes down, and Palu, one auto will get him, and that is it. Viper and Delight put 2 and 2 together. Now Hype, though, looking for the kill. Flash forward. There it is. Collects it. That's going to feel pretty good for Hype. Hype level 6.
Well,
and he's going to ult into Delight. That was never really going to kill him. Not sure about that one. Delight's still holding on a flash as well. Fight here over the grubs, but Life know that they just lost that mid fight, so just going to back away from that. Uh-oh. The lights going in. Hype in a lot of trouble. He will be rooted down, and with flash and heal, they should have enough damage, and there you go.
Hina takes it, though. I think they definitely wanted to give it over to Zeka, who needs an injection of gold. But yeah, good setup there from Delight. Does burn both sums to find that kill. Looking bot there. Peanut?
Just kind of running into them. It is Yorick and Braum, so...
Imagine if the ghouls could proc Braum passive. How broken that would be. Playing Yorick bot lane if that worked.
I think Yorick needs a buff. Let's give him that. Or is it a Braum buff?
A little bit of both. More so Yorick, I feel. If his ghouls applied on hits.
Yeah.
Just landing the damage, but Viper here does cleanse out the stun, misses the Q. Not sure if it really makes a difference though. And you see Hype actually resetting his passive on the minions so he can get the damage in, and then Hype, unfortunately, nothing left to stay alive here. Delight having the heal, it looks like it was close, but it was never really.
No, just calculated by Delight. And especially with the ult down, he knew he was not in any danger.
Yeah. And obviously if he had the ult, then maybe he could have turned it, but if he had the ult, then Delight would have been higher health.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have been able to.
Maiden! A charm here, but Q3 up. Zeka just flying away. That's the second back now that's been denied.
Can we make it 3? No, I don't think anyone's in range. Unless Delight, Mantra Q? No.
So close.
Like how the camera instantly went to it so we could see.
Well, plates are still up here. We're only 10 minutes in, and with Demolished, Zeus getting to work on this top turret. Life Esports once again showcasing a lot of rotations in this game. Zeka, he wants revenge. He's very fast.
Missed both Qs.
But he made his mind shown. Whatever that means.
Yeah.
He let him know how he was feeling about it.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit.
Looking to have a potential fight here. Zeus has no TP. Neither does Morgan yet. In a 4v4, I think Bro feel pretty good about this.
Yeah, especially with the aggro from the Drake. Going on Apita, he's already taken a bunch of damage. And Bro just going to go into the pit. Croco and Closers. It's going to come down to a fight. Peanut going to totally whiff on that one, and now I think they just got to try to look for the Smite Steal or go away, as it is going to go the way of Nefarium. Peanut just gets charms. Heal comes through. Closer and Croco going in. They do collect the one, but they're in a really bad spot. As down will go Closer. That's a shutdown over to Viper. And Croco as well will be put into the pockets of Viper.
I actually think the setup for that play from Bro was excellent. They just made the wrong call. Just leave. Just leave. You got the dragon, just leave. You're playing an Ahri and you're playing in a Fairy. You can just hop over the wall. Like, Morgan's getting damage on this top lane tower in return. This could have actually been a flawless play from Bro, and they would have had a significant advantage, but instead they just give 2 kills to Viper, and now he has a massive lead. Honestly, this is why I feel frustrated by stuff like this, because, like, you're looking at the dragon being contested, right? Whatever that was. And at this moment here, if you give it a second, they could have just gotten out. They could have just gotten away, but they greeted for the Peanut kill. The heal comes in. They knew Zeus would come down, by the way. This is not new information. They greeted for the kill, and they end up going down. And the thing is, it's a 2-for-1. It's not a significant down trade, but it's a fact that Viper got both those kills is a more pressing issue. So a little bit disappointed in Bro's decisions there, where they easily could have looked to disengage from that situation.
Yeah.
Got a little bit bloodthirsty.
Also, there are many times where Life Esports, we even saw this in game number 1, but not the only time. They're doing it here in game number 2, where they just decide that they're going to win the fight, regardless of the way it's going. And Peanut's going for these wild limit-testing ults that honestly never have any business hitting. Like, at best, you're forcing an Ahri ult or a W out of the Nefiri. Like, it was just kind of strange, especially because the bottom lane was there as well, and threatening from the Tri-Brush below them. And yeah, even still, it felt like Bro were in a great spot, but even still, Life were able to win that fight. At least Morgan isn't miles behind. It's only 400 gold. Not so bad.
You got a lot of gold from those plates.
Yeah.
It was, like I said, it was a perfect setup. Having a bit of alone time for Doran in the top lane to make up that matchup, get that tower low. You got the dragon as well. It's got to be a little bit better. Made a lot of difference.
You see Viper now really trying to extend that pressure as far as he possibly can.
The thing is, when you're playing Ezreal into an MF, it's a little uncomfortable because the MF with Bloodthirster can just kind of out-heal your poke and even to some extent face tank you and heal off the wave. But Hype doesn't have a Bloodthirster yet. The acceleration from those kills means that Viper has his Triforce and he's just putting pressure down.
So Zeka dashed in when Nefiri's here. He's going to ult. It does get hit by the Nefiri. And Zeka now going to get flashed on. Down he goes. The ult comes through. And Krako goes in onto Peanut. Doesn't really have any chance of beating this one.
A lot of damage, though. That tanky Sejuani and a great angle found. Zeka just... I'm just going to say it. Bad Yone performance so far this game. It has not been impressive, considering the standard we have for this player. Pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, like you said, maybe he's just not playing a lot of Yone nowadays. Because he needs to widen his champion pool. I mean, his champion pool is pretty wide, but maybe he's like assuming, okay, I know how to play Yone. This is fine, I don't need to play it too much nowadays.
I assume that too, if I'm being honest.
I mean, based on what we've seen, Bro are going to pick up the feat strength as well.
The thing is, if Zeka's not performing so well, you know, Zeus is not a teamfight titan on this this Nidalee. So if you're weak, you're really relying on Viper heavily. It was a great charm from Closer there. Here, you could have tanked. I thought Closer was taking a tank in the ult, steps out of the way, and Krako just catch it so he doesn't go as far as he'd hoped. I was a little scared Closer would get turned around onto, but did ult away from that Yone ultimate. Now they're setting up for this objective. Neither mid laner here, but they both have TP. Zeus isn't here yet as well. I think HLE have to let this one go.
Yeah, gonna have to give it up. See Viper trying to poke, but again, shield available for Hype now with this BT. And yes, they have a decent amount of poke, but Bro are ahead. They're ahead on gold, they're ahead on dragons. And Closer is pretty massive. He's so far ahead of Zeka at this point. Zeka really needs to... At this point, he can go in because he's Yone, but like if you have no vision and you're playing against an Ahri, you can get punished immediately like we just saw in that last fight.
The thing is, they're ahead of gold, and they're against an 80 Nidalee top.
Yeah.
I feel like when you're playing against 80 Nidalee top, it's like playing against TF and GP who generate free gold with that kit. A Nidalee top should be coming, at this point in the game, you should be a couple of thousand gold ahead. That's how it should be played into the Yorick matchup. The fact is Zeus is actually behind in the matchup. Super worrying, because again, you're an 80 Nidalee top, you don't scale that well. Your threat is in the side lanes. If Bro are setting the pace of the game and they're forcing these 5v5s, HLE are going to feel terrible. And now Herald goes down mid, will pick up the mid tier 1. This is a great look for Bro.
Yeah.
Degon is probably so enthusiastic right now.
For a good reason. They just gotta solidify their... Look at him! He's so happy! We get the ult into the Braum, who's getting speared in the side by the Nidalee, though, and in goes Yone, and that'll be Zeka finally doing something. We get to zoom in onto Degon as it's all happening, and everything is falling apart. Everything is falling apart. It's still a 4v5, and Closer's got his ult. He's gonna do a bit of damage here to Zeka, who just ults away. Meanwhile, Zeus going in behind. He's going so deep for that. Takes out the 80 carry. And Zeus says, I am the real 80 carry in this game, buddy. And just taking their Yorick for a walk is the karma. Do they have the damage? Viper trying. But they certainly have the poke, they have the healing, they have the sustain, and they will look for this dragon.
Struggles of Ropan right there. Honestly, hard for me to focus on the fight when I was judging off the live Degon reaction. TP's coming in. HLE could end up in some trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. You see Krako, ult's available, trying to go in, but instead they're going to catch Closer, force the flash back. Paulo as well, trying to hold the door. Morgan coming on in, and Zeka in a lot of trouble, but he gets the knockup. The slow comes in, and finally gets bonked on the head. Something goes right, and in goes Krako. Goes untargetable. They get a double kill for Morgan, who did 6k damage in this fight. Oh, and the disengage. Oh, the triple! Morgan! Nobody can stop him. Quadra! Morgan going insane beast mode in this game.
We didn't have faith, but the Bros did, and Morgan's Yorick stomping on HLE with the quadra kill. Well deserved as well, doing so much work in that fight, and I guess he just dipped them. You know, this was a super long fight, very scrappy, and as much as HLE are getting these initial kills, look at the Maiden. The Maiden's just beating on Viper right now, beating on Zeus, just doing damage and kind of getting ignored. Does end up getting taken down, but Morgan's just throwing the ghouls out the whole time. They do try and find Zeka here, unfortunately aren't able to. They get the 80 carry. this situation. But look at Morgan, he's just going in and out, getting those shovel hits.
Yeah, and what happens is he backs and TP's back into the play. So now he's a real threat when everybody's super low.
Yeah. Ends up getting to see the replay there. The damage to burst on that Q, by the way, is so high.
He just keeps saying, keep going, keep going.
Even the escape cone can't stop him. Puts the Nidalee, no, that's cathartic. Puts the Nidalee in the cage, and she does stay there.
Even the pro coaches didn't expect Morgan to do that. I mean, we know that Yorick is comfort for him. Didn't expect much going up into Zeus's Nidalee, to be honest.
We're pretty pessimistic.
And just popping off. Quadra kill. Closer in a bit of trouble. Again, this is Yone. It doesn't matter how far behind you are. He will still be able to do some stuff at times. Good smite there from Krako. But yeah, bro, let's see how they can do it from ahead. Can they close this game out?
I mean, the problem is this AD Nidalee doesn't really exist in fights. I mean, she does a little bit, but she just doesn't have the threat. Zek is having a struggle. It's only Viper. And the thing is, this isn't even a good Ezreal game for one major reason. You're playing into Yorick Neferi. There's like 86 million things to block your Mystic shots. Every fight. Look at the little hot dogs.
Yeah. The hot dogs go in, they go out. You can't explain that. They just don't die to Ezreal. They're not going to be able to do much about this. I wanted to say Rakan. Otacon in this one.
Well, it's a good pick up for HLE. Find a winner to start that one, and Bro are not ready to respond. But yeah, this is the problem when all your eggs are in the Viper basket. You have the ghouls, you have the hot dogs. It's just, it's hard to get the same value from skill shot champions. And Ezreal is the skill shot AD carry.
Yeah. You know, I like hot dogs as a New Yorker, but where's the hamburger skin? As the NA representative on this desk.
I feel like there need to be a different champion that's a hamburger skin and you play them together.
Yeah. If there was like a crab champion, like can Skarner get a hamburger?
Oh, you know what they should do? They should do that buff we're talking about, where the ghouls can proc Braum passive, and then you could have the kebab Braum skin.
There you go. Okay.
No?
I'm down with that. Closer. Getting everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this guy, and finally he's taken out. Not by his own fault. I mean, he just couldn't get away after dodging almost everything.
Only so much you can do. Zeus losing in the side lane pretty hard right now. Crocker trying to clear the wave. Polo is here. Viper still a threat. He's on a big item spike at the moment. Man, there's minions, there's hot dogs, there's a Braum. There's just...
You know, Delay can actually take the dog for a walk because there's a dog in the game. It's crazy. He's got the leash, the tether.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm glad it actually makes sense for once. Now that Neferi's back in the meta.
Well, in the meta. Yeah.
In the meta.
I mean, Closer, what more can you do, really?
Not Bastion.
You know what this reminds me? There's this clip of Faker where he's like, just play safe mid, and they throw everything in the kitchen sink. It honestly reminds me of that. There's only so much you can do. Dodged a lot, dipped away from a lot, but not able to survive in the end of that one. HLE do find that kill, and finding some pressure with that mid lane tier 1 going down. Viper feeling really confident with that spike he has, but Hype has that Bloodthirster and IE. So even if you take some poke, you can kind of heal it up. But I think the big thing is that right now, Hyper does have a full level lead. It obviously says 2 levels in the number, but yeah, Hype just has hit level 12 there. So yeah, it really is Ezreal or bust. Can Viper thread the needle through the hot dogs, through the ghouls, past the Braum?
Into the MF BT shield, who just immediately gets the health back.
All right, it's not feeling so good, but he'll try. You know, if anyone can do it, it's Viper.
We'll see the angle here. The charm comes through on Azeka already. Peanut trying to get in, but not exactly. Okay, he's walking up, actually. TP comes in from Zeus, but he's just 80 Nidalee. Is he able to do anything in this one? He's doing a bit of damage, I guess, but Peanut can't get in. They just want to abandon ship, and Zeus has to flash out of this. Meanwhile, Viper thinking about it. He's getting up in their face. He's already playing against that wall very well. And he will arcane shift over, though. Here comes the ult, but immediately Mikhail's is used. And that's Infernal Soul points given over to Bro. Krako goes in. This fight is still going. They want to take out Closer on the bottom side, and that is the first pick to Life Esports. Bro, you got the objective. Why not just run away? The flash leaves Palu in a desperate situation.
Oh!
And he'll have to flash as well. Viper's really trying to solo carry this game.
Trying to find Hype there, does force both summoners. Flash traded for the flash of Hype as well. And HLE finding some angles. Ult comes through, it's not going to connect. Hype has to move away though, was watching. And yeah, I mean, a good play from Zeka onto closer, but Viper really. So from the start of this fight, trying to get some damage in, dodges away from the Braum ult, and then here has a Braum in his face who just kind of blocks everything. And then the Maiden moves in his face, and the Yorick, so he's like, okay, I'll back away. Closer ends up overstepping here, and this is great angle found. He's just one ult too far, has no charges left.
Yep.
Zeka able to punish him here, even though the ult doesn't connect. Closer's no options to get away. And then Viper here landing so much damage on a Hype, even with the hot dogs in the way, connects onto his target, and then here goes for the combo. And Hype able to react in time.
Very close though. You can tell that Viper, he feels the pressure. It isn't the only time that his team has kind of left him alone to just try to carry it out. We know he's capable, but there's just so many things in his way. Bro are still ahead in gold. They still have the Infernal Soul point. They have a more significant side laner by this point, even. In the 1v1, it doesn't seem like Zeus is doing much in a Morgan.
I think in some games on Ezreal, you just land your Qs, you move forwards when you need to, and that's enough. This is not one of those games. He needs to be so crisp, and finding angles to connect on the right targets is the problem at the moment. But at least Zeka, even though he's had some early failings in this game, is starting to put a lot of pressure onto Closer. Closer made some fumbles in the recent team fights, getting caught out without any ult charges left. A lot of threats though on Bro still. A lot of people with a good amount of gold in their pockets.
Yeah, most of it on the top side of the map. The Yorick winning, the Nefiri winning. I mean, it is this Sejuani, but still. 2.5 items already on Kroko, level 14, same as the solo laners. And he is very accelerated, so you get a fight where Nefiri's running around and nobody can really deal with her. It's going to be a big issue, not to mention the rest of the team. As we're just ulting it on a Morgan who is doing the red buff. I guess he's just dead here. A big shield does come through with the Sterix, but there's just no out for him. He doesn't have flash. It's just a free kill. And bro, I mean, you're in a position to win this game. People are getting caught out. Gotta cut off the mistakes, and you can actually do this.
Viper plays with so much confidence. Kroko's looking at an angle, but till Morgan's back up, don't really see any opportunity. And even if he is back up, a flanking Yorick is not the most intimidating thing. Baron is up and available, and HLE clearing some vision around in the area, but not going to look for anything yet.
Yeah, no reason to try to force a 5v5 when Zeus is in a rough spot.
We talk about this a lot, but more than ever, if there's a time you should be paying your bro tax, it's right now.
Where there's a really good chance and you could push it just that little bit over the line.
You should always be paying your bro tax. But it is tax season right now.
Especially now.
Okay.
The bro RS are coming to your house.
Yeah. There will be investigations following the outcome of this match.
Yeah.
You know, you can be on the side that helped get the win, or you can be the side that weren't there to back you up. Kroko's lock-in.
I swear Kroko does damage.
Zeus is pretty tanky, to be fair. I mean, he's just, you know, he'll do damage when the bro tax comes in.
Yeah. When that third item comes in, surely. I mean, I was saying he's in a good spot, but I don't know. Killing over to Peanut. He got a big shutdown, catches up. A little bit of a ult here to try to save the turret. It's not going to work. You see that huge chunk of damage that comes out of them onto the turret.
We are seeing some of the problems. Now that HLE have regained a bit of a foothold, bro do lack a lot of engage in the composition. And so it's fine when they're on the objective initially, HLE have to come into them. But right now, HLE are just kind of pushing forwards. And bro don't have it. Like, Braum can't just run at an Ezreal.
Engage Braum, though.
Yeah. Now, Dragon is up and available.
For a reason.
HLE have full control of the area. Zeus is pushing inside, but it's not really relevant.
Oh, Zeka?
Oh, if Hype had ult!
Ooh!
If Hype had ult, that could have
used it on the wave.
Been a kill.
CP is, okay, he's fine. Charm, if it was timed correctly, would have just maybe killed Zeus.
Viper playing so aggressive here.
I mean, he got his own Kroko out of the pit. Otherwise, this is just going to be a straight-up flip. And really, that comes down to Viper's poke. Maybe Zeka can get on top of him. Or maybe it's just a straight-up flip. The ult comes in, and the ult goes in from Zeka. He catches them in the backside of that one. And he goes, Zeus just catching everyone with their pants down. They have nowhere to go and nowhere to hide from this Cougar. Zeus gets the triple kill. Meanwhile, Morgan's all alone on the bottom side. And it just doesn't matter. Nothing he can do. And HLE got the dragon, of course. Well, that was the fight that broke the bros back.
Someone didn't pay their bro tax. And HLE come through strong. A massive ult from Zeka to clutch that one out. Zeus there with the cleanup. And in the end, it is going to be a 2-0 for HLE. The streak continues for another series.
It really will. And Zeka, he got bullied the entire game. Catches closer a couple of times in mid-game, and then one big ult at the end. They stack up for it, and yeah, Hype, there's nowhere for you to run. Kroko does eventually do some damage there at the end, but he's not going to feel good about that one, as Viper is dancing in front of their Nexus and takes it down for the 50 gold. GG, 2-0 from Half-Life Esports. It is the expected scoreline, the expected results, but Bro put up a good fight today.
Yeah, I think, I'll be honest, today, there's a lot of times I felt frustrated at Bro, and it's not because they're playing badly, it's because they're actually playing well, and they're making some simple mistakes that are the difference between them having a game win, maybe even a series win today. Stuff to work on, I think, is the lesson, but still showing a lot of hope. I think showing a positive performance against HLE, but HLE are still HLE. And when it comes to those clutch situations, this is the clutch team, and they're able to close it out. Definitely some mishaps, definitely some mistakes, but once again, a dub for HLE.
Peanut parents. And yeah, it's always great to get the support from the parents and from the fans. Viper actually looks decently happy today. You know, sometimes in games like this where his team is kind of all over the place, he doesn't exactly enjoy it, but...
Got his first Ezreal win of the season.
Yeah, he was the carry.
Crazy to say.
I think this is Delight Mom once again. Zach is blowing his face with the hand fan.
Yeah, and I think looking a little ahead at the schedule, HLE next against DRX, then KT, then DNF, then Gen.G. So, not really seeing some major challenges in the next few matches, but there is that Gen.G match looming in Week 8, second last week. That's really where we're going to see the big test. I expect they'll probably remain undefeated till then. Can they get revenge from Gen.G? That's another question. But I think games like this show that despite the fact that Gen.G and HLE are very far ahead of the other teams, like, it's not impossible for Bro to beat them, but they really need to be firing on all cylinders and just not make these silly mistakes. There was just too many flubs. A lot of situations where HLE get like free Atacans or stuff like that, or some of the setups for fights. This play from Morgan was kind of crazy though. The Yorick really went hard. The Yorick quadra kill. I'm just a little side to get a Yorick penta kill, because that, you know what? Bit more bro tax, that would have been a Yorick penta, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it would have, but you know, there are some people out there that failed to pay their tax. So.
Some people went all in on bro and lost all of their channel points and only have 67 left, right? That might be me, that
there
might be Degon.
That's Degon.
How many channel points have you got, Degon?
2. Yeah, this ult, I mean...
This is huge. And even though Hype and Kroko get over the wall, the damage is done. And then Zeus comes in and we're seeing the impact of that Atakan as well. The AoE slow.
Yeah.
Really not allowing them to get away from the situation.
It's crazy that Yone can just kind of do nothing the whole game and then he hits one ult and it's like game over.
Yeah. That champion is a little bonkers, especially in the hands of Zeka, who admittedly didn't have the best Yone performance.
No, he didn't.
But he knows how to clutch in team fights.
They are pretty good at team fighting. I do think that Half-Life did play very fast and loose, especially in this game number 2. Peanut was really limit testing himself in this one with some of those ults, but it still didn't matter. We have a tier list here at the LCK. Gen.G and Half-Life Esports are very far ahead of everybody else. I think we got to see a little bit more of that here tonight.
even with the Braum, the hot dogs, and the ghouls, he still does most damage.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? He got very fed, and he played very aggressively because he's got this Karma behind him. He has his team behind him. Bro didn't have any engage. They didn't have any way to get him except a charm, so he's like, well, I can do whatever I want.
He also had cleanse, so
yeah. Even the charm.
Yep.
Nothing could do it. Yeah. Well, POM is going to be Viper. Yep. Not very surprising.
I think very deserved. You know, the Callisto game was pretty great. The Ezreal game, I think, just a very clean performance all around. I think Delight also had a pretty great series. I think I could see Delight getting some praise, but Viper definitely came up clutch. I think the other three, some moments they could have improved on. You know, maybe Peanut's little flash ult was a little bit...
Yeah, maybe they're getting the most out of this series, though. They're testing themselves. They're really pushing their limits, whereas the other players are just really trying to get the POMs here.
Yeah, I think, you know what? Zeka and Zeus definitely limit testers.
Yeah.
You know, for sure, I can agree on that.
As Zeka was getting bodied in that Ahri lane, that was rough. But
he was testing limits, like how much can I lose lane and still carry his Yone?
Yeah. Closer's charms were really good.
Yeah.
Everything.
Bit of a shame, I think the later fights got caught out a bit too much.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do, guys? We do have Deer sitting by with the translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM Interview Translation, joined by Viper on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha's winning streak continues. You've reached 10 consecutive victories as of today, so how do you feel? No, I think we pulled off a good win. A better one than I expected, and I think there were risky moments, but overcoming those risky and dangerous moments actually make this victory even more meaningful. So let's talk about Game 1, where you had an amazing showing with Kalista. And although Kalista and also Gwen got nerfed, it didn't seem to affect your performance. So is she still good? I think the early laning phase, you can definitely feel the nerf, but just the kit that you have with Kalista makes her a really good champion regarding what she can contribute in a team fight as well. And it looks like Game 2, you guys picked top Nidalee blind. So is Nidalee that highly regarded, or is it just a really confident pick from Zeus? Yeah, honestly, Zeus has high confidence. And also, he's quite skilled with Nidalee, so I think that's what really allows him to just dominate with that pick. And in Game 2, we got an Ezreal and Karma comp from you guys. And although this was a pretty popular comp before, we haven't really been seeing it as much lately. I feel like maybe you don't really see that anymore recently, because before you would have a lot of the utility supports that actually contribute to teamfights, but I think lately it has more engaged supports have been more viable, so I think that's just a shift in the meta that actually affected this pick. And Game 2, because the enemy was able to get a lot of kills, we actually did have a very risky moment where we fell behind. But I think we were able to still pressure them with the comp that we had that actually made us come back in the end. Yeah, okay, Savings Bank Brian definitely did put up a good fight today, but it wasn't enough to break through Hanwha Life Esports. So what do you think is the biggest strength that Hanwha Life Esports has? I personally think that everyone individually is a great player, and everyone has a very good understanding of a lot of different champions, which allows us to utilize a lot of champions, which means that we can form a lot of variety in regards to our draft and composition. And your next opponent will be DRX for that 11th winning streak. What is your resolution? I feel like there are timings that we ended up giving an advantage back to our opponent. So I think we just have to be more cautious of not making that mistake again. And despite the rain today in Seoul, many fans paid a visit to watch you guys live. So would you like to say anything to your fans? Despite the bad weather, I'm just really grateful that you guys are always here to continue supporting us. Thank you again. And that's the end of the interview with Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, a 2-0 from Hanwha Life Esports means that we have a pretty exciting series and one very lost and sad Bro fan who's maxed out all his credit cards trying to find more channel points. But I think he might be out. I think he might be in debt. I'm not sure what he's going to do from here on out, but I do remember when he was once a young and happy bro who had hopes that maybe, potentially, possibly, bros could get it done. There was a moment where a fight was won, a fight was turned.
Has this happened to you? Because if so, you're not a good enough bro fan. That's what I'm telling you right now. Because real bro fans, they know they could have won the game there, bro, if they wanted to. Right? Like, bro, you might think that Hanwha Life won this game. I think we can all safely say, given how the gameplay level of Hanwha Life looked, they didn't really earn it. I think bro let them have it.
Has this happened to you where you're winning a game, your Yorick ends up getting a quadra kill, giving you hope, you commit more, you invest deeper into the bro tax, but you get Yonade? Have you been Yonade? Call 1-800-WOLF, and maybe we can actually help you get your channel points back. That's right, 1-800-WOLF, channel points back as soon as possible. He made the okay sign, but things soon after this were not okay.
I lost my house. I lost my car. I lost my friends.
And unfortunately for you, 1-800-WOLF is not a real number, and it doesn't even fit in the number thing. And so there's no.
I really wanted the bros to win. I think we speak for everyone. We're memeing it, but they really needed to win that one. Hanwha Life can't keep getting away with it.
They can't keep getting away with it. Like, how do they keep getting away with it?
And they keep getting away with it.
It was a big mid diff. Closer destroyed
Zeka, right? I tuned in the final 5 minutes of the game. Like, Zeka boomed him, right?
Closer destroyed him. He got so ahead in lane. He beat him in the side lane. They played through the fact that Zeka didn't have any control over the map. It looked so good for bros, even though the draft was like a train wreck, and they banned the Scion, so he had to play Yorick into Nidalee.
I really thought they'd done it when that quarter came. I thought they'd turn it around.
I thought it was pretty unlosable.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
You guys can't see that smile that Wolf gave me? That pierced me through the heart. Also, all right, I'm back. All right, it took a little bit, but I'm back. I'm tired of this bro-splaining of what it means to be a fan. Did you see the moments where we were winning? My house was back, my car was back, my wife is back, Giga Chad, okay, bro. That's part of being a pro fan. And you know what? Even in the losses, there's always next time, bros. Let's take a look at the POM comments here.
Everyone, just make sure only the points, okay? Only channel points. I don't want you to end up like Digon over here. As the one Peanut vote, that's a very earned game one vote. I think game number 2, Peanut was fine. He had some flash ult stuff. Didn't really hit the mark.
I think it feels a little bit illegal to vote for Zeka, even though he did have the big ult at the end, but his Taliyah game in game 1 was pretty phenomenal. So maybe we'll let it slide.
He did also have the game win. The one that gets me is
the Zeus
what
vote?
Is that Zeus vote about?
Yeah.
We did watch the same York, game 1, right?
Game 1,
they were like,
they also did really.
They were like, I love Twisted Fate. Okay, is this a based soup vote?
No, I think it's a bit
I love Zeus.
Confused soup vote.
I'm not on board with this one.
All right.
We didn't earn it today.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the comments here from all of our based voters here on the desk. Gentlemen.
The one man you can trust when everything goes wrong has been Viper. It has been Viper for like the last few series. He just, when they're kind of messing up the side lanes and playing greedy, and it looks like maybe there's going to be a comeback on the horizon, Viper says, no, I got this. You can trust him.
Yeah, I can trust Viper. I had another comment. I was memeing, but then they almost lost to Bro, so I couldn't do it anymore. So instead, it's just Hanwha Life's last resort, which, you know, might sound like a fun thing where you go and you have a drink and you just relax by the pool. No, he had to sweat. And if he didn't play some of those fights as well as he did, I think they would have lost the game.
So, last resort. So not like,
yes,
resort. Got it. Hot dogs, ghouls, and Braum are in the way, and your mystic shots still find your target. I like that one, Ox. He was talking about it
That's
the
nice.
whole time.
I like it.
It wasn't an easy game to play Ezreal.
No. And it was not a great game state to play Ezreal. And he still got it done.
He did. Let's see what the KR side had to say about this matchup.
I want to hear about the Zeka votes. Like, let's see what they had to say about that. Not yet.
All right, Viper, thank you for the ADC Mastercast. Watch out, Go Callista, Go Ezreal in KR Master Elo tonight. At least he's given the warning.
That's actually my favorite part, is how often Kogo just says, I'm playing this in solo queue, and then making fun of himself like 2 days later. I played it in solo queue. It was a disaster.
All right, here's one more Viper one here from Pony.
This is how you play Callista. This is how you play Ezreal.
It's because he's
right?
the professor, right?
Yeah.
It's Professor Viper.
That's it for today's lesson.
You sure taught
He taught
hype?
them.
He taught hype.
Yeah, that...
Here's the Zeka vote. You guys were asking for it. That was a good fight. You nearly killed me with that one. And then Prince. Zeka. Hopefully.
Yeah, okay, so I think we do kind of just have to say these votes are illegal. I'm pretty sure.
I think that they, you know, he did kind of win them game number 2. He lost them game number 2, but he also won them game number 2.
He did. Those Yone ults before the objectives were kind of big. Before the Otacon and then before the final Drake there. Like, I think... Yeah, that's what he did. Let's take a look at the standings here again as Hanwha Life Esports overcame the dominant Bros here to find their way and solidify second place. The Bros graciously gave us 2 entertaining matches, but ultimately fall, and now we're on a 2-game losing streak moving into week number 7.
It's just we're all in the Genji Hanwha Life Esports waiting room. We're all waiting. There's some stuff that's fun that happens before then, but like that's the big one we're all waiting for.
It's too obvious. It's not going to be Hanwha. I'm telling you now, Hanwha is going to get 2-0 by Genji again. There's going to be... Genji are not going to go on the feet. There's going to be a team. I don't know who it will be. I don't know. But there's no shot at Hanwha. I don't think it's T1 either. It's got to be someone we never see coming.
Nongshim?
DFX.
Yeah, maybe. Nongshim or like KT or BNK. Like, that's where I'm looking. That's where I'm at.
I can feel that.
No, but that's what often happens. If a team is this dominant, they don't lose to the number 2 and 3 because they will be locked in.
They're so prepared.
They're going
those
to
big
prep.
matchups.
They're going to have specific drafts. They're going to play their A game.
That said, I don't think it's going to be like right here.
I don't know. Might. Sandstorm.
No, that's how they get you. Like, what if they just drop 2-0 tomorrow and that's the only loss of the season and then they win the season? How Genji would that be?
A generational performance from Vikla. He destroys Chovy in lane.
And then never seen
Maybe
again?
I think of Diablo.
Diablo?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, they did boom.
Yeah, you can be
Diablo last time.
Plus, again, the Saturday showdown tomorrow, a huge one for the West Side standings. It is D+ and T1. You don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the Saturday showdown. Bye-bye.
통해서 진행된 LCK 로드쇼 11번째 북발 실패. T1 아는 그 고점으로 향하는 2라운드 첫 걸음 한 걸음 제대로 내딛습니다.
이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. 정말 처절한 서로 한치의 양보 없는 강팀들끼리 대결이 중요하겠죠.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.